They're up. Please rise to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oops. Good evening, everybody. So this is our closed session meeting for Yreka City Council. We did hold a closed session meeting tonight. Councilman Davis voluntarily recused himself from the closed session at 5:40 p.m. City Council gave direction for settlement authority to city's legal representative pursuant to written agreement for settlement in a civil administrative matter. The motion was made by Councilman Kaag. Second was from Councilman Baker. The ayes were Kaag, Baker, McCoy, and Middleton. So that was our closed session agenda for tonight. Item. Okay, tonight we have special presentations and our announcement. This time slot is for information presentation appointments or awards to be presented by the city council or to the city council. Tonight we're recognition of Lieutenant Ray Booten, Shop with the Cop program.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Yreka City Council. This is Jason Ledbetter, the city manager for the city of Yreka. As many of you are aware and have participated in the last holiday season, Lieutenant Ray Booten, who is here this evening. You can come down, Mr. Booten. Mr. Booten has been heading up the Shop with the Cop program for the last 8 years here in the city of Yreka. Multiple agencies coming together. We had council members, I believe, wrapping presents at Walmart this last holiday. Mr. Booten is riding off into the sunset with this program, and I think handing the baton over, is it to Officer Quigley?
It is.
Okay, so Mr. Quigley is going to take the reins from Mr. Booten, but we wanted to recognize all of the hard work from Lieutenant Ray Booten over the last 8 years coordinating this and the very positive effects it's had on a multitude of children here in our community. So join me in thanking Mr. Lieutenant Ray Booten.
I do want to say thank you to all the citizens of the city of Yreka, to the city council and the city for recognizing me on this. I didn't need it, but thank you. I want to thank Landon Chamberlain from Walmart. He was manager from years ago when he started here. It was his idea and we ran with it. We couldn't do this every year without the support of Walmart and other businesses. We couldn't do it without all the citizens that support us and that help us out. And we definitely couldn't do it without all the law enforcement agencies that get together, the schools, the credit union, everybody comes together. It's an awesome program. I'm not quite giving the whole reins to Dylan yet. We're going to break him in on it. And I'm going to help him every year as long as I'm there. But it just keeps getting bigger. I think this year's event was 56 kids. And it was pretty impressive. But the turnout every year, the looks on the kids' faces, it's quite impressive. And I was honored to be a part of it. And I'm still going to be a part of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Booten, for all your years of service. For that program, we really appreciate it. All right, public comment. Public participation is welcomed and invited at all city council meetings. This time is set aside for residents to address the city council on matters listed on the consent agenda, as well as other items not included on the regular agenda. If your comments concern an item noted on the regular agenda, please address the city council when that item is open for public comment. The city requests persons addressing the city council refrain from making personal, slanderous, profane, and disruptive remarks. Council members, when recognized by the mayor, may ask questions of the presenter, but no action may be taken by the city council during the public comment section of the meeting. Under the Brown Act, the city council is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any items not listed on the posted agenda. The same time is set aside for residents to address the city council on matters listed on the consent agenda, as well as other items not included on the regular agenda. If your comments concerns an item noted on the regular agenda, please address the council when that item is open for public comment. Please speak into the microphone from the podium. The podium electronically adjusts up and down to accommodate the speaker. Should you need additional special accommodations, remote microphone, please note the city clerk prior to start of the meeting for arrangements. Please state your name for the record prior to providing your comments. Please address the council as a whole. If you have documents to present, please provide a minimum of 7 copies. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes. Public comment period is not intended to be a question and answer period or conversation with the council or city staff. All right, and I just want to remind the audience to silence their cell phones, and then also refrain from conversations during speakers or when the council is speaking. Do I have any public comments at this time? Okay.
Glenn White, City of Yreka. In front of you have a packet of information and pictures that I've gone ahead and presented to you. I know I only have 5 minutes, so we're going to do this very quickly. Page 1 shows a trash dump that was reported on February 9th. As of today, there has been no action on that trash dump after 8 reports. Page 2 also shows a trash dump in Greenhorn Park that has also not had any action taken. Page 3 shows a illegal camper who has actually dug into the side of the hill and has an active fire going almost every day. This individual ran from Officer Ruiz the other day when Officer Ruiz tried to contact him while we were attempting to stop another illegal camper from building their camp in Greenhorn Park. Because this individual has continued to be here since the first week of February, his actions have now caused the portion of Lynn Skinner's trail to be undercut and eroded away in that area. Page 4 shows a horrible situation to include vandalism and hate crime language that has languished there for many months. I spoke to an individual who said that they reported that to city workers 6 or 7 months ago, and it still languishes there. I do want to remind the city council that they did have a proclamation against hate on October 18, 2022. And this is a prime example of why you must take care of this type of language in our parks tomorrow. Oh, page 5 shows yet another huge garbage dump in Greenhorn Park, close to the water tank. This has been there for months also. All of these dumps are causing toxins to percolate into our ground and groundwater and into Greenhorn Creek, and from Greenhorn Creek into Greenhorn Reservoir, and from Greenhorn Reservoir into Yreka Creek, which is a federally protected anadromous fisheries for endangered coho salmon. Got to get it cleaned up. Next page starts with the Greenway project. As you can see, you can't take the Greenway Trail because of all of the trash and everything else on that trail underneath the bridge. Page 7 shows the entrance to the Greenway at Mount Shasta Tidal. There's an active trash dump there, and down the trail there is a cesspool. Yes. Page 8 shows that cesspool in the area of the Greenway. and also a tire dump, all within 150 feet of a high water mark. Page 9 shows the Fish and Game Code 5652 and also the CalTIP number. And I quote from Fish and Game Code 5652. It is unlawful to deposit, permit to pass, or place where it can pass in the waters of the state, garbage, etc., within 150 feet of high water mark. This section is a shall enforce. All law enforcement in the state of California must enforce that code. There is no option. Lastly, the next page is another number 9 complaint outlining the various things we're seeing. And the last page is a Freedom of Information Act that I request for the city of Yreka on various and sundry actions of complaints, criminal complaints and concerns by individuals over the last 2 years in concern to the Greenway and Greenhorn Park. And lastly, I have a letter here that I said that the city of Yreka should consider, council should consider development of an ad hoc committee made up of members of the council and also citizens for parks and greenways. That's the only way we're going to stop the destruction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. White. Any other public comment?
Mark Atwood. I handed out papers the other day. I wondered if any of you got to read through its rules and operations of the Greenway. It's supposed to be patrolled every day. Absolutely no drugs, alcohol, nobody's picking up the trash except for me. I'm getting the carts out of the creek. The fishing game is not happy with it. None of us should be happy with it. This is our town. Let's clean this thing up. That thing's a great addition to our town for tourists and stuff. Everybody wants to walk it, but they're scared to go down there. But we got to find them a place where they aren't living on a hill that's going to get wet enough it's going to slide into the road. I mean, these people don't want to go back up there. You chase them off the creek. I'm up on Boccialupi's or Evans or the old Pemberthy property or Newton's or Peters or LeBaron's, and I'm chasing them out of there, and it's costing these people lots of money. And the reason it's costing them money is because we aren't taking care of the problem. And I just don't think it's right. I mean, that creek is so polluted. This last storm, we got to figure out how to catch the trash that goes down that storm, down that creek. It's terrible. It's still bad. It's going to take a while to clean it up, but if it was done the way it was intended to be done, we wouldn't be having to go in there and spend tons of money to clean it up. I pick up needles every day. There's so much human waste down there. It's sad. We got to do something. You need to read that. There's supposed to be $200,000 a year in there for maintenance and blackberry removal, no feral cats. It needs to be cleaned up. It really does. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Louise Liotto and I live in Yreka. And I have a kind of a potpourri of things I'd like to talk about during this time. And one of them is the meetings that you have on YouTube. I attempted to watch the meeting last time it was on YouTube, and the quality was horrible. The only person I could understand, the only two people I could understand was Jason and Juliana. And I don't know why your voices project better than anyone else's, but I couldn't understand it. There was a really interesting man who came up to the microphone and talked about, this is kind of on the same subject these last two gentlemen talked about what's happening with the camping and the homeless folks. And he talked about what happened in the city of Coronado. And for those of you in the audience who don't know, or the city council, if you remember, I would have liked to have heard more of what that man said, but I couldn't understand. And I know you can't answer questions right now, but my question would be later on, if you could answer it, do any of you watch that YouTube afterwards? Do you know that the quality is really bad? And is there something that you could do about it? Half the time, some people's microphones are turned off. You don't speak into the microphone. The Board of Supervisors appears to have the same microphones and they have the same problem. Nobody can understand them. So unless you come to the meetings, you really don't know what's going on. I would like to maybe suggest that you get some person in here who can handle this because I don't know that that's one of Greta's expertise. Greta's, I know she has many talents, but I don't know if that's one of them. So maybe if you had, you know, the lapel mics for something, that might be better. So your hands would be free to take notes or whatever you do. But that would be one of my things that I'd like to, and also I'd like to, I hear about the Brown Act all the time. And I thought the Brown Act was just about council person to council person with restrictions on who could talk to, how many of you could have meetings other than the meeting here. And so I read the Brown Act, and I'd like to read this because I thought it was really interesting. Most of us don't know anything about it. And the first chapter says, in enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that the public commissions, boards, and councils and other public agencies in this state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. And the second paragraph reads, the people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over instruments they have created. And then to me, another important paragraph was under meetings, and the number was 5950 to 59963, page 46. And to me, this was important because it has to do with public comment. The legislative body of local agency shall not prohibit public criticism of policies, procedures, programs, or services of the agency or of the acts or admissions of the legislative body. Nothing in this subdivision shall confer any privileges or protection for expressions beyond the otherwise provided by the law. And I think that every citizen should know about that, so that if you feel that any time that you've done public comment and you've been stopped or silenced, that you need to repeat this last paragraph that I read. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right.
Opposite spectrum now.
Evening, council members. My name is Jerry Stalker, Yreka resident. I'd like to just add maybe a little, not a different perspective, but another topic to the massive cleanup project ahead. I was actually spoke to Mark Atwood yesterday, and when Mark was explaining to me the ginormous mountain of cleanup that he's trying to accomplish, basically by himself, it seems like, it made me revisit a thought that I've had over the past year or so about a work crew of people that are, we've had this conversation many times about there's a criminal aspect of this that we need to clean up. There's the garbage aspect of it that not everybody does that. And there's a legitimate part of this population, the homeless population will say, that is trying to
make positive steps to do things correct. So the thought of this work crew that would potentially help Mark do some cleanup might be a little premature for this meeting, but I made a phone call to Sasha Height at Six Stones Wellness Center today and spoke to her about it and see what she had to say. And she had a thought and an idea to, and she's going to make contact with folks that are already interested or participating in this situation and try to attempt a face-to-face meeting with people that are interested. And I just thought that maybe that might bring us all together and hopefully move in a positive direction. It's going to take more than 4 or 5 people. It's going to take the whole community to write this one.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Read anybody online for public comment? Nobody?
Not at this time. If you could
All right.
ask again.
What's that?
Can you ask again?
Anybody online for public comment? You raise your hand. I don't think so. Anybody in the audience for public comment? All right, I will close public comment. Anybody for public comment follow-up? This time is for city council or city manager to respond to public comments and may direct staff to prepare a report or place an item for a future agenda item. Councilman Kay?
Yes, I'd like to make a request for the city manager to put on the consent, or excuse me, on the agenda for future, not next one, because I won't be around next one, but the following one. Actually an informational thing to where we can do some type of information on what is going on in the community with the NorCal COC Homeless Coalition. So we can give some updates on that and what the future is holding for some of the avenues that we're taking for the future on helping out the homeless community and advance them to a better place. So if we can do that, I would like to do that presentation myself. So is that okay with you? Okay.
We need to share some of the things that CSC is doing. See where they're going, what we're moving toward to get them off.
Absolutely. So we'll have some good information on that. I'm going to bring that forward. And actually at the end of today, my councilman statement, I'll actually give a report on follow up on the homeless, the PIT that I have received today. Matter of fact, on the numbers of how many homeless individuals are in Siskiyou County. So for those who are sticking around, you can hear how many homeless people we have in Siskiyou County.
So just for clarification, Councilmember Kaeg, you're going to lead that information?
Correct.
Okay. I will work with you to figure out what agenda works best for your timeline.
Great. Thank you.
All right,
That's-
thank you, Councilman Kay. Any other council members? No, all right. Number 8, consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and non-controversial and will be enacted by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. A, approval, ratification of payments issued from February 27th, 2023 through March 12th, 2023. B, approval of minutes of the regular meeting held March 7th, 2023. C, approval of minutes of the special meeting held March 10th, 2023. D, cash balances, budget to actual and fiscal performances reports for February 2023. E, continuing urgency ordinance number 864, fireworks. F, waive full text reading of all ordinances on the agenda. Ordinances shall be introduced and adopted by title only. What are the wishes? Oh, Mr. Ledbetter?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just, we want to make one alteration to the minutes from the March 7th meeting.
March 7th?
Yeah, and the changes I believe have been presented to you. Ultimately, a motion was made by Councilmember Baker. And unfortunately, within the minutes, it's referred to Councilmember Baird, who's probably in the audience. So
She's still sticking around, huh? Oh, did I say that loud? Okay, so we have the correction for the March 7, 2023 meeting that the motion was made by Baker and not Baird. What are the wishes of the council?
So moved, Councilman McCoy.
I have a motion from Councilmember Pro Tem McCoy. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
A second from
Councilman
Councilman Kaeg. I'll do roll call. Councilman Kaeg,
Aye.
Councilman Davis,
Aye.
Councilman Baker,
Aye.
Pro Tem Councilman McCoy,
Aye.
and I, Mayor Middleton. All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yes.
also make a request that we do have someone in the audience tonight that would like to discuss a proclamation with you? Could we move to item 11B now? That's 11 beta, 11B.
11B. Is that okay with the council member that we, or council members that we move to item 11B? All right.
Aye.
Okay. And who is that?
This would be Miss O'Gorman.
Okay. So 11.
Mrs. O'Gorman.
City manager. So 11B, this will be for the city manager, the agenda title, the proclamation recognizing April 2023, the Siskiyou Child Abuse Prevention Council collective proclamation proclaims April as Child Abuse Prevention and Sexual Assault Awareness Month, as well as April 15th or 21st, 2023, as a week of the young child. We call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, and businesses to increase their participation efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening families in the communities in which we live.
My
All
name is
right.
Michelle O'Gorman, and I'm the Resource Center Director here in Yreka is my office, but I'm the Siskiyou Community Resource Center Collaborative Director. Of all 7, there's actually 9 resource centers, and I'm director of 7 of those. So as you know, we do many activities. In my opinion, everything that we can do with a child is child abuse prevention. It just takes one person to make a difference in the life of a child, one positive impact. And we do many activities in the month of April to get awareness about child abuse so that people are aware. And we put up signs, we put up banners. We actually have pinwheel gardens all over. I'm sure you'll see them, and you have seen them in the past, all over the community. The Resource Center here in Yreka is going to do a family fun night, a walk family fun night, and not a walk like a 5K or anything, just so you know, not big, small, a little itty bitty walk for 0 to 5 because they can't walk a long way. So, but we are going to do a lot of events in South County. We do a Healthy Kids Day, and it's huge. It's all over the park. They take over all edges of the park. And last year they served over 1,000 folks. So it was, I think people are ready to come out and have fun and celebrate again. And so we appreciate your support on this. Karen Potts, the executive director of First Five, is here as well.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Karen Potts, and this is my 18th year in Siskiyou County. And it's been an honor to be part of this community. So, or these communities. As you're talking about the homeless situation, I can't help but think what happens to people that they end up there. And we know from research, we don't have to guess, right? The first 5 years, what happens to a person's life in the first 5 years has a long-term prediction of what happens to them in the future. And many of the people that we know in our communities that are homeless, they were children in our community. And sometimes their parents weren't ready to be the parents that they needed to be for their children. But we believe from research that when we build protective factors for them in our communities, when we today think about what happens in the next 100 years, because of the work that we do for children and their parents, we'll see a huge impact. We want every child to be a contributing, tax-paying citizen of our communities, right? And the best way to do that is to show a child we care. Even a better way is to be there for parents who may not have had the people in their lives to help them succeed. So as we think about, whether it's through our churches, through our communities, April is the Child Abuse Prevention Education Month. But every day for all of us should be the time that we just look at the person and say, I'm glad you were in my daughter's life, Tom. Because without people like you, she probably would need a lot of therapy. And I know what I'm doing, and my husband knows what he's doing, right? We all have that. Children need many healthy adults in their lives. And sadly, the children who need us the most, we tend to judge most. The parents who need us the most, we tend to judge most. So I challenge each one of us to not give up, because when we give up, we stop getting people who are taxpayers. We build hope and we build unity in our communities. Thank you so much for your work, and thank you for your partnership. You're one of every city council and today Board of Supervisors who adopted this proclamation, and let's make it be an everyday proclamation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, you have basically a motion to approve the proclamation recognizing April 2023, the Siskiyou Child Abuse Prevention Council Collaborative Proclamation.
All right. So, what are the wishes of the council?
Yeah, got a bunch of people on now.
So moved.
Okay. Okay. A comment? Okay. So
This is Councilman McCoy, and I really appreciate Miss Potts and Miss O'Gorman being here. And as a 30-year educator, I support them. We know that a child who is read to from birth until 4 years of age is exposed to 4 million words just by being read to 10 to 15 minutes at night. And that's significant, and they do better. What I want to go over here with our 2 new council members and with the 3 older members and some of the people that were here last year in this council, we had a hate proclamation come before us. And I want to be consistent in when this council approves proclamations, and I support this proclamation. Don't think I don't. But we were told by people in the audience that proclaiming hate meant that people are going to hate more. There's going to be more bad things happen in our community if we proclaim that we're against hate. And that's what we got last year. So the council decided, in my opinion, to dumb down the proclamation. They dumbed it way down. And I want to make sure that, we're not going to be softening every proclamation, like soften this to say, oh, well, if you're bad to a kid, hate to me is as bad as child abuse. I don't know what it is to the rest of the city of Yreka, but I'm very concerned with our proclamations before we vote on this, that we are consistent as a council with our proclamations. And that even though we may get some very good feedback on what people's feelings are, that we need to do not what people's feelings are, but what is right. And with that, I'm going to yield back to you.
all right. Thank you, Pro Tem McCoy.
And I'm sorry, I just wanted to interject, Mr. Mayor. I did read you the motion, but ultimately you will need to go to
Yes,
public
yeah,
comment.
that was exact. Okay. Any public comment? No public comment? Okay. So the motion was read, and then we had a motion from Drake Davis.
I'd like to add
Okay.
that I am also a previous educator, and child abuse is as low as it goes in our business at that time. And I'm very proud to move that this proclamation be part of the Yreka.
All right. I have a first motion from Councilman Davis. Do I have a second?
I'll make a motion. Second.
And a second from Councilman Kaag. I'll go for roll call. Councilman Kaag,
Aye.
Councilman Davis,
Aye.
Councilman Baker,
Aye.
Councilman Pro Tem McCoy.
Okay, are we approving it as is?
Yes.
As is.
Or are we going to have to change the language in it
As is.
to accommodate people?
As is.
Okay, I'm going to agree with Councilman Davis, child abuse, child neglect, child sexual abuse, rape, anything like that, to me is just detestable. And I vote yes.
All right. And then Mayor Middleton will be an aye. All right, thank you. And then I have this for Michelle.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And now we'll go back to roll back a little bit here.
Yep, 9.
9, old business. Okay, we go back to
9A.
9A, city manager. This is a agenda title. Support state legislation to revise the boundaries of the Sierra Nevada, Conservancy region to include all areas and watersheds of the Siskiyou and Modoc counties. This was before us, what, 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
And we asked for it, or Councilman Baker asked for that to come back, correct, for some explanation or clarification.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Yreka City Council. This is Jason Ledbetter, the city manager. So you are correct on 3-7 at our last city council meeting. This item was introduced as to the interest of the city council to support via resolution for Brian Dolly's proposed boundary adjustment to include Modoc and Siskiyou counties in the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Both the county of Modoc and the county of Siskiyou have approved similar resolutions in the year 2023. Some of the questions by the city council led us to postponing this item until tonight and having a specialist or someone more familiar with this item available to answer questions from the council in order for the council to make a determination on whether they would like to support this boundary adjustment or not. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Laurel Harkness, who appears to have been unmuted, to go ahead and engage the city council on this item at this time. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, thank you so for having me. My name is Laurel Harkness, and I am a resident of Siskiyou County, and I am working with Senator Dally on this initiative. I think you've read the resolution anyway. What this will do is expand the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to include the Klamath watershed portion of Siskiyou County within the region. Nevada Conservancy, if you're not familiar with it, is a state agency. It's not a land trust or some people think it's a conservancy that's a nonprofit, but this in fact is a state agency. It's not a regulatory agency. It's an agency that provides technical and grant resources to projects within their region. I've worked with Senator Dally on 2 previous bills where we SB 208 was the last one, and that expanded the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to include the southern portion of Siskiyou County, and that bill was passed and signed by the governor. Was enacted the 1st of 2022, and since that bill was enacted, South County has actually received over $5 million in grant funding from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. When the fires hit North County last summer, the McKinney and the Mill fires, I staff and asked if they may consider another go round legislatively to expand the Sierra Nevada Conservancy up into North County, as it's an area that could use some resources that the Sierra Nevada Conservancy is very good at providing, and their funding grant programs are geared toward wildfire and forest resilience, fuels reduction, planning and implementation, capacity building, and tourism and recreation and land conservation. All programs that I think everyone would agree that are needed within North County. I think some of the questions people somewhat unfamiliar with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy are concerned sometimes about the Sierra Nevada Conservancy boundary adjustment supplanting other regions or jurisdictions. That's not the case. I think of this as just a secondary opportunity that and the city of Yreka could access for funding and projects within the Sierra Nevada Conservancy region. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you. I will go to public comment or questions. Okay, I will open up to the council for questions or comments. Councilman Baker.
Thank you, Mayor Middleton. Thank you so much for the additional information on this agency. And I just had asked for a little bit more information because I really just wasn't familiar with it. So you have provided me some more information, and I guess, can you give us examples of specific projects that this agency has undertaken here in Siskiyou County? And also, do any of these projects ever affect the public's access to public lands?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks for asking that. So I can think of 3 grants recently from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, 2 projects within Siskiyou. Recent, which were granted just about 3 weeks ago. There were 2. One was a land acquisition granted to the Siskiyou Land Trust. I believe it was about $2 million, and they are about 360 acres to preserve, and there will be public access to that. So that was a private parcel previously, and now it'll be held by the Siskiyou, and they'll manage that forest for public access and other uses. I believe there was $2.8 million granted to the Pitt River RCD to do fuels reduction and forest resilience projects around Medicine Lake. That was just granted just a few weeks ago. And of course, that's a public access area, and that area is managed for recreation as well as other uses. Another grant to Siskiyou County that I'm aware of went to the Siskiyou Outdoor Recreation Alliance, and I believe it was about $1 million, so $500,000, and that is going to some recreation and trails and fuels reduction planning around the South Fork of the Sacramento watershed. And of course, there's a big public access component to that. So the Sierra Nevada Conservancy is multi-benefit agency, and their grant funding reflects that. The governance board of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, it's good for you to know this. The board of directors is comprised of county supervisors, representative of the different subregions of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So there is local government representatives that are making decisions in the grant funding. And currently, and actually as of just a few weeks ago, Supervisor Valenzuela of Siskiyou County was sworn in as a new board member of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So Siskiyou County has representation on the Sierra Nevada Conservancy board at this moment.
Thank you.
Any other council members have questions? Councilman Davis?
Does the Conservancy only work on public land, or does it also extend into some private lands?
That's another great question. And while I don't work for the agency and I'm not an expert, I'm their historical grant funding. They do occasionally fund projects on private land. And I believe that they distributed a grant to Collins Pine in a burned area for some in that burned area. That's just one example. I will say that Tuli Potts, who works for the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, she's based in Siskiyou County, and she is out of the Mount Shasta area. She covers, I believe, a 5-county region at this point, but I think that's going to dip down to 4 counties. So we do have a local area based that could answer additional questions if you have them. But they do fund private lands when it has benefit for the watershed as a whole.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Cake?
Just a question. I don't know if this might actually be more of a question for legal, which I don't think Dawn's still on there. With this, does this have any bearing on our water source, Fall Creek, or it has any benefits or any negative informations on that? Do we know?
Mr. Henyon is on the line.
There he
and-
is.
Mr. Henyon,
Oh, there he is.
did you hear Councilman Kaig's question?
Are you there?
Are you there? Hello?
Here,
All right.
There
Did you hear
are.
Councilman Kaig's question?
I was just reading this thing on the cannabis. What was the question again?
Yeah, it's
With
okay.
this conservancy, does it, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, does it have any bearing on our water rights of Fall Creek or anything? Does it have any implementation of any positive or negative?
A conservation easement shouldn't affect a water right. They are different kettles of fish.
Okay. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No questions and no questions from me. All right. So the recommended city council action is the motion to adopt resolution 2023-12 to support the state legislation to revise the boundaries of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, the region to include all areas and watersheds of the Siskiyou and Modoc counties. What are the wishes of the council?
This is Councilman McCoy. So moved.
I have a motion for Councilman McCoy. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
A second from Councilman Baker. I'll go for roll call. Councilman Kaig,
Aye.
Councilman Davis,
Aye.
Councilman Baker,
Aye.
Pro Tem Councilman McCoy,
Aye.
and I for Middleton. The motion passes with 5 yeas. All right. Great. So next item is public. We got to see
No,
B. No, I was saying B.
sorry.
I was all wait. Confuse me over there. Shh. Public work.
Jumping to the hot-
I know.
jumping to the hot
Oh, my
topics.
geez. Agenda title. This is award professional service agreement with ORW for architecture and engineer services for the City Hall ADA remodel project.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Yreka City Council. This is Jason Ledbetter, your city manager up here once again for the city of Yreka. So this project that we're discussing, the City Hall ADA remodel project. This project has been in the works well before my start date in January of 2022. And so an RFP, a request for proposal, went out in June of 2022 for this project, but no companies bid at that time. So the same RFP went back out in December of 2022, and we were able to see interest in this project with 3 bids coming in. The project entails roughly enclosing the space between the chambers, which we are in the chambers, and City Hall building, and adding ADA bathrooms to the space so members of the public can access ADA bathrooms during city council meetings such as this evening. Staff is seeking a motion to authorize the city manager and staff to execute a professional services agreement with ORW Architecture, Inc. for the design and construction management services for the City Hall ADA remodel project. We're also very well aware that there's a lot of desires within this possibility of this project. One of them consistently comes up here. We heard it earlier tonight. And that is possibly updating audio visual within the chamber. First and foremost, we will go to the original project outline. That will get designed and a cost will be associated. And then after that, there will be a look into items such as that request that have been made on multiple occasions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ledbetter. We have public comment regarding our exciting, long-awaited remodel.
Yeah, as a disabled veteran who can't hear, the acoustics in this building are atrocious. So it would be great if he worked on some acoustic work. It'd be great. I mean, I could hear something. And the other thing is it'd be nice to have a little bigger font so that individuals who can't hear would be able to read what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Somebody that knows about this.
Just a couple of questions, Debbie Baird. And I was wondering what
She's on.
happened.
You can put it down.
I was wondering what happened to
I said
the
thank you.
plans that were submitted from Matt, I'm sorry, Public Works Director. A little bit ago, a couple years ago, maybe while Joan and I were still on council. They were awfully pretty. And they supplied everything we needed, basically. And also this is for architect and engineering services. So is it going to go out for another RFP for construction, or is that under the guise of this engineering company to procure that? Those are my questions.
Thank you.
I'll get that.
Would have been nice to have. one at the time.
You have those, you have those questions then? Just, not yet. Just, I'll wait until we have any of them. Any further questions? All right. Okay, if you want to answer Ms. Baird's questions, Mr. Ledbetter, that'd be great.
Yeah, I believe the first question was that there may have been a couple of years ago. It sounds like audiovisual.
Yep, we have them. I can bring them.
But I'm assuming for audiovisual
No, for the whole building.
She's talking about the building.
for the entire building.
Yep.
That seems counterintuitive to me because if we had engineered design plans, I'm not sure why we would be going out
We're
for.
not engineers. No, we had plans, but they were not engineered.
And I guess that's what we're taking care of tonight is that we may have had a scope of work and like
Yes.
an understanding. And so now we're taking that scope of work essentially and hiring a company to draft that on paper as engineered plans, which then we'll have the engineered design and then we can take that information and actually apply a cost to it. So. And then the next question, essentially, this is a professional services agreement, and ultimately after that, we would be going out with this particular firm and for management, but there would be a public works contract that would be bid out after it was, the design was determined. So there would be a second contract.
All right. And ready to.
Hey, Jason,
hands
really
up.
quick.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Juliana.
Hi, I can answer the building plan question really quick that Debbie had posed. So when we put out the second request for proposal, we included all previous rendering concepts and information from public input that you guys have all given over the past couple years. That was in the request for proposals. So all of our proposers had access to that information. And then that information, the concepts that the member of the public was talking about are included in the discussion and shared with the proposed contractor that we're recommending. So that has all been included and will continue to be included as we refine the final design.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Juliana. Right. I'll go to council for any questions or comments. Councilman Cake?
Comments, more than
Comment?
anything, that is much needed, especially we've been pushing for this for quite a while. And a lot of it is, it would be nice to have a bathroom for one thing if we need to go, but secondly, it's being ADA compliant. You know, this facility is not ADA compliant. So as far as being able to establish a bathroom facility for ADA compliancy. So that's been a big push of mine for a number of years because dealing with my father who was in a wheelchair for a number of years, you look at things in a different way. So being ADA compliant is very important to me. And I think it is to a lot of the public too. Just being able to use a bathroom would be kind of nice. So that is it.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Cake. No questions? Other questions?
I just want to, this Councilman
Councilman
McCoy, I
McCoy.
want to thank past councils because this was done before I came on 4.5 years ago. I want to thank you all for working on it. Councilwoman, former Councilwoman Baird and all the others that worked on it because we definitely need it. And we definitely do need sound. And we have, believe it or not, we've upgraded the sound in here once or twice. But yeah, it's, speaking of somebody who's deaf, you know, wears hearing aids, what? Yeah, it's needed, and part of it is just to design the bricks and things, but there are other things we can do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, what was it, 1978? Was it built?
Yeah, I think that's what it was built.
It's time. So great.
Most of me would like to have it back in the day.
That was a big deal when it was built, right? Yeah. Great. Okay, so the recommended city council action is the motion to authorize city manager and staff to execute professional service agreement with ORW Architecture Incorporated for design and construction management services for a city hall
City manager,
ADL remodel project.
Wait,
I'm
we
sorry.
have one more speaker. on
Oh,
the
I'm
line.
sorry. Well, where are they when they?
We can call on 530-643-6105 to speak.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
There we
Okay,
go.
go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
It's Cindy. I was just going to chime in, but Juliana got it. So
Okay.
no problem.
Hi, Cindy. Bye, Cindy. All right. So the recommends, do I have what are the wishes of the council?
I'll make a motion. So be moved to stated. Thank you.
All right. I have
This
a
is-
motion from Councilman Kague,
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, I'll second that motion.
Council from Pro Tem McCoy. I'll go for roll call. Councilman Kague,
Aye.
Councilman Davis,
Aye.
Councilman Baker,
Aye.
Councilman Pro Tem McCoy,
Aye.
and Mayor Middleton, aye. So the motion passes. Great. And if I did thank the representative earlier, I thought I said thank you, but Councilman Davis reminded me to, if you're still on, you're probably not. Thank you for joining us this evening and answering the questions we had.
Yes.
We appreciate you. Okay, so this is item
Now it's
C. Now it's C. Planning Director. So the agenda title, this is the Pro Housing Designation Program.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and lead this off. We do have obviously Juliana online who we heard from, and she will chime in after this and be available to answer questions. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Yreka City Council. This is Jason Ledbetter once again, for the record, the city manager here. So at the December 20th, 2022 Yreka City Council meeting, the pro housing designation was voted 2 aye and 2 nay, and 1 city council member absent. It was then requested within that meeting that staff bring back this item at a future meeting in January or February. Unfortunately, staff has been working on a number of other projects and tasks and was unable to bring this item back until this evening. So starting on page 58 of your agenda packets, you will see the start of the proposal and the status on the far right column dictating whether the item is already a state law or if it is already city policy. So the pro housing designation would essentially give the city of Yreka extra grant scoring points on grant applications with a number of state agencies. Since this item has come before the council in the past, we are available to answer any questions that the council may still have on the matter. Juliana obviously may have a brief summary and will be available to answer any questions you may have before a motion is made. When this item came before you December 20th, the recommendation from staff still stands, which would be a motion to approve resolution CCR-2022-59, a resolution of the city of Yreka City Council authorizing application to and participation in the pro housing designation program. So based on the fact that this was in front of you before, I think there's a lot of familiarity with this item, and we will just leave it up to if Juliana wants to chime in, and then if the city council has questions, we can answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ledbetter. Do you have anything, Juliana, before I open up to public and go back to council for questions? Do you have anything to add before we go to that?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, just if I get a little sickly, just ignore me. I just wanted to reiterate that the program is based off of claiming a certain number of policies that we implement or plan to implement. And we are well above the minimum number of score points that we need to qualify for this program. So as we've stated previously, you can remove some of the programs as long as you stay above the minimum point category or point total of 30 points. So I believe we are eligible based on my assessment for about 45 points. And so if there are programs or policies that you're not comfortable with, there is room to remove those if you still want to move forward. But that's up to the purview of the council. I know that one of the proposed policies around missing middle housing, which I believe we already actually took out on this iteration. That was one there was no decision made on. But again, you know, there's plenty of points if you do want to whittle this down to the bare minimum 30. And that's it.
Was she done or did we lose you?
No, she's completed her,
Oh,
her statement. yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm done unless you
okay.
have any
I
specific
wasn't sure. It was
questions.
like abrupt ending right there.
Sorry.
All right, thank you. I will go to public comment.
Okay, so hi, my name's Cindy Hammer. I'm a retired school teacher here. I'm speaking tonight in support of the city council to improve and build affordable housing. I moved to Yreka in 1986. I fell in love with Yreka and I wanted to build a future here. It was nearly impossible to find any rentals to live. But fortunately, as a single parent, I was eligible for the low-cost housing at Shadow Garden Apartments. This was a stepping stone, and it was a game changer for me. It allowed me to work at an entry-level job while I went to school and earned my teaching credential. It led me to my dream job, teaching within the Yreka district for 25 years. None of this would have been possible without affordable housing. It was difficult for housing back then, but it's much worse now, and we all know our economy has really changed. Last summer, I heard there was at least a 4-year waiting list for the Shadow Garden Apartments, and it may be even bigger than that, and that's too long to wait for people who are trying to take a step up and become good citizens of Yreka. Today, if you work a full-time job, your minimum wage job in Yreka, your average take home is about $1,800 a month. That's after taxes and Social Security. As of March in 2023, a 1-bedroom apartment in Yreka averaged $650 a month. A 2-bedroom is $975. This makes it pretty impossible to afford housing, food, a vehicle, gas, and maintenance, much less any other emergencies you might have. That's even if you can find one of those places to live, because they're pretty much all gobbled up. If you work a full-time job, any full-time job, you should be able to have a roof over your head and eat. I truly believe that. Why work otherwise? We need workers in Yreka. You can see help wanted signs everywhere for entry-level positions. Our young adults need our help now more than ever. We need stepping stones for new workers to get experience, grow their income, and build their futures here in Yreka. They need our help so that they can work towards a secure future and can come into their elder years. Yeehaw. After viewing tonight's agenda, I see some things on the vacant land survey and this proposal that you have right here. And I know there's many pros and cons on all the locations, but I'm here to encourage you to keep the ball rolling, to vote for this pro-housing designation so we can get availability to grants and support to continue help. And by the end of this, I say thank you to all of you for diligently trying to solve this very, very difficult housing problem that Yreka and the entire country is facing. But you know what? We can support our young people here in Yreka. We can help them get the stepping stones. And I appreciate every day that I got to have them. And I'm not a bad person, and everybody who's insufficient right now financially is not a bad person. So let's help them get their stepping stones.
Thank you. was that the timing alarm? Was that the alarm timer?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Somebody's phone.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was thinking, sorry about that. I know. I was like, wait a minute, that wasn't 5 minutes. Hello.
Good evening, Quentin Gaddy, 1512 Oregon Street. As many of you know, I work with small businesses one-on-one. I've got over 100 clients in Siskiyou County. And top 3 concerns of small businesses right now are inflation, limited working capital because of the last few years of COVID and really tight revenues, and workforce challenges. So I have some businesses who, if the owners are not able to make it to the business that day, that business will be closed that day. And also our larger employers, particularly Pfeiffer Vacuum, formerly NorCal Products, Timber Products, Fairchild Medical Center, are all having really hard times addressing workforce. So I want to focus particularly on workforce housing, the type of housing that folks can purchase on a local income where they can build equity. It's not their dream home, it's a starter home, could be a duplex at some point, something where they could sell someday down the road, finally buy that 2-story house on Gold Street if they want it. And so I'm looking at this as a fairly binary issue. Does this get us closer to solving the challenge of workforce housing locally, or does it get us further away from it? In my perspective, and the perspective of many businesses and employers, is it gets us closer. Thank you.
Thank you, Quentin.
Thank you.
Hello.
Lower it a little bit.
Hi, make it work. Diane Collier, Yreka. I was here at the last meeting, February 7th, which I have to say was a rather interesting meeting and quite disturbing at points too. I hear the other side before you guys voted on this to accept this and get involved with all this state grants and selling our souls out. My issue, everybody on the other side was saying, we need housing. Nobody argued that, but they never said how to get there. And what we're saying is we're trying to provide guidance what the people who live here want or how to get there. I don't think stacking and packing and getting rid of, and let's face it, there is an agenda to reduce single family homes. That is in there. That is the state's objective. You can argue all you want, but it's a fact and it's in their writing. We don't want that. I think you're going to give somebody more empowerment as a human being to put them in a home instead of pack them in a duplex or an apartment. I mean, to me, how much more humane is that? You got to look at some of these housing complexes. They're noisy, they're rude. And, I've been a single mom. I've raised 2 kids by myself. I've had the crap job of $8 an hour, tried to make it. It's been rough. So I know what it's like. And I bought a home, but back in the day, those were the farm home loans or the federal, and you can eventually get out of it, but it was a home. I feel better as a mom, not having to, you can't have pets in apartments. And if you do, that's a disaster. I think we should push as much as you want to push for an apartment. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any apartments. And I'm not contradicting myself, by the way, which was reported in the paper. You should push as much for single family homes as you do the others. I don't think you should just be stacking and packing and putting people in boxes. I don't think that's humane. And I don't think that's going to make these people feel like they got too far of a step up. Yes, it's better than being homeless and sleeping in the park. And then some of these people, you look at, let's face it, there's a lot of people who make a lot of choices out there. How many jobs did they have and they can't hold one? What are the issues there? I mean, they can't even take enough pride in their campsite to keep it from being a sprawling disaster. And they're entitled for us to come clean up after that. What are these buildings going to look like when you put them up? What are they going to look like when all these people live there? Look around at some of the low income apartments we have now. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any, but I am saying we need to be cautious about not excluding single family homes and intruding on people who like the neighborhood they live in and then somehow bully them into putting up a complex right next to their neighborhood. I just think we need to have extreme caution moving ahead. And that's my point. So that's pretty much all I have to say. And I'd appreciate it if I wasn't misquoted in the daily paper.
Thank you.
I'm back.
Lower it.
Debbie Baird again. Actually, I read through the documents that were handed out, and on page 63, number 5, it makes a specific reference to high-density development. I wanted to remind the council that there are statistics that support or that prove that higher density areas have a higher crime rate, parking issues, decreased property values, the lack of parking regulations, if there are any at all, also create impending issues with emergency services, that kind of thing. I am absolutely pro-growth, 100% pro-growth. I am concerned that we are not taking advantage of expanding our city limits and building outwards. I'm concerned that the people that have worked all their lives to build, buy, maintain their homes aren't being protected by maintaining the value of their homes. So yes, pro-growth. Yes, there's ways to grow outside by expanding our city limits, and I'm aware that LAFCO likes to prevent urban sprawl, but I'm also aware that we're going to do a planned development. We're going to do a really good job because I know our planning director has great skills and she's listening to our community and she can evaluate the options that are presented properly. I have no doubt with that. I just wish that we would consider expanding out. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? Okay, I will close public comment and I will go to council members if they have any further comments. I'll go to Councilman Kaeg first because you were not here for the meeting and we were here at length discussing it, and it was 75 days ago, and feel that we've had a lot of time to research it and discuss
Yeah.
it when you weren't here at that meeting. So I will go to you first.
Absolutely. A couple questions in regards to that. I don't think this hinders us from expanding our city limits, as far as I know. Is that Juliana? So we still have the ability to expand our city limits like.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can still engage in annexation conversations with the county via LAFCO.
The other thing is this doesn't tie our hands strictly to everything that the state wants. This just actually gives us more flexibility, correct?
That is
So,
correct. And I'm going to chime in here first real quick.
Oh, go for it.
So ultimately what you see on page, I'm on 63 at the moment, but what you see under policy status is you see whether or not we currently are already doing what is asked. And so in a lot of instances, we're technically already abiding. And so ultimately, I guess what Juliana's saying on the point total is there's a way to move forward without making any changes to our current internal policy and still adopt this resolution without changing anything that we currently do. But I will let Juliana answer your question.
Thank you.
yeah, so there are a number of programs and policies that you can claim to get points to get the designation. And that's what I was bringing up earlier. You have to score 30 points. So you have to commit to certain policies and programs to get to the 30 points to get this designation. Now, we've earmarked policies that align with goals, policies and programs in the housing element, as well as other state mandates that we have to abide by anyway, so that it's pretty much everything that has been previously reviewed by members of the public and the council. There are two items in there that are not specifically talked about, which was the missing middle housing, promotion of duplexes, triplexes, quads in traditionally single-family neighborhoods. We can take that one out. I know that one was a point of contention at the last meeting. I believe that would take us down from the 45 to 42 points, so we're fine there. And then I believe the other optional policy, if I'm remembering correctly, is the universal design ordinance, which is basically similar to ADA requirements, but it goes a level beyond that, but it doesn't necessarily require every unit to go in. So it's not hyper specific, so you will still have influence over what those things read. And then in terms of the program itself, it's an elective program. So at any point, if something happens and you don't feel like you want to be in the program anymore, we can withdraw from the program.
That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, other than that, just a comment as far as housing. It's unfortunately, we're already following what a lot of guidelines that California has already implemented. And unfortunately, that's the reason why we have such a housing crunch, is because of California's implemented so many different codes and building codes that has made affordable housing not affordable anymore, unfortunately, when it comes to sprinklers. Yeah, don't agree with sprinklers when most of our fires in Siskiyou County are on the outside, not on the inside, that burn down houses. Unfortunately, that one was, but there's a number of different things that California implements as far as building codes that cost us a lot of money. Or realistically, a 1,500 square foot house now is looking at the upwards of $350,000. That's pretty sad, when you could, back in the day in the 70s, we could do one of the Campbell Tracks homes or something for around $50,000 brand new. That's a pretty big price increase. And now that same Campbell Tracks house is, like I said, a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bath Campbell Tracks house is now $350,000. So it's pretty sad that the state of California has made affordable housing not affordable. So some of these things we have talked about, like I said, when it comes down to the being able to afford stuff. And unfortunately, there's a lot of things, these auxiliary dwelling units and accessory dwelling issues, and all these things. That's what the reality has come to now, unfortunately, is the only way we're going to afford to put some of these youngsters in a house is through accessory dwelling units, or putting our loved ones, our family members, our aging parents, or whoever in a place that we can afford is a now accessory dwelling unit. It's pretty sad that it's come to that, but that's the reality of it. So that's all the comments I have. Thank you, State of California.
All right, thank you, Councilman Kaag. Any other further questions or comments from council?
Yeah,
Mr. Davis? Councilman Davis?
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And who are you directing this to?
I'm directing it to you.
To Juliana?
Sir.
Well, it's
It's just a comment.
Oh, okay.
Just a comment. My son lives in Bozeman, Montana, and if you're familiar with Montana, it's growing quite rapidly, and his area is probably one of the fastest growing areas in Montana. Matter of fact, they say it's growing faster than Denver, Colorado was at one time. So it could end up very large. The problem he's ran into is that they are putting up duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes everywhere. I mean, every field and every farmer that had property close to Bozeman is sold out to these developers, and he can't find a single family resident that is something that's in his price range. And my son works as a lineman for the local power company there. So you're well aware, if he's a lineman, he's paid quite substantially. Matter of fact, he makes more money than I ever made. And he can't find a place that's reasonable. And I hope we never have that kind of development here, to be honest with you. I think it's really sad to see that area. It's so beautiful, and it's got such great fishing and wildlife, and they just put houses on that stuff. So anyway, he lives in a triplex, And he lives there fine, but he doesn't have his own white picket fence. Matter of fact, his backyard is smaller than this room right that we have a council table. And it's just really amazing. Fortunately, he likes the outdoors, and there's a lot of outdoors still around. So I personally think that when we look at the housing development, we really do need to look at the single family residence development type thing. And the last one, well, it's not the last one, but one of the ones that was here when I came was out over here by the radio station. It was on Evergreen and Turry and those streets. And at that time, those houses sold for about, I think it was like $35,000 when I came in. And that was quite a bit of money for me at that time anyway. But now you look at them, most of those houses that people have bought them and they've redeveloped them and repaired them, and they're actually quite nice development over there. But they were single family residents, and I think personally we should continue with that type of goal and move forward that way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I guess it all depends who approaches us for building and a developer, what they want to build in the area and the zoning, and they come to us in planning commission and do the steps. All right. Any other questions or comments?
I
Baker?
have both a question and then some comments.
All right.
So Ms. Lucchese, what happens if we're awarded money under the pro-housing designation and then we decide we want to get out of the program? What happens to that funding?
So there's no funding directly linked to the pro-housing designation. So I think to rephrase your question, you're asking what would happen if we were to apply for a grant where we used our pro-housing designation to get additional points, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because just to clarify, there's no money associated directly with that designation, but it gets you points in other grant documentation. So I did talk to HCD several weeks ago about the program for follow-up with a couple of other things. But in terms of the program, if we were to withdraw, we could do that. It would depend on the total number of points that were awarded in that grant application. So for example, if the pro-housing designation numbers got us over that threshold and into the awarded category, and withdrawing from the program would withdraw us from that within 12 months of the application to the grant, we would most likely be penalized and have to give that grant back. So we would have to keep on, but if the total number of points awarded in a grant application wouldn't be impacted by the pro-housing designation. So say you need to get 80 points out of 100 and we scored 95 and only 5 of those are pro-housing, we would still keep the grant itself. It would not impact that grant. And so we could pull out of the program as long as it's not within 12 months within the initial application for the grant.
Thank you. So as many of you know, that I previously did not support the city's application for this program. And the reason behind that is I just have the personal belief that the state is really overstepping its authority with regard to zoning laws and housing regulations, and is disregarding the unique culture of our cities and urban areas in the state. California residents really have not had the opportunity to vote on the majority of the housing and zoning laws. It's been, all of these have been created by our legislature. We're not a one-size-fits-all cookie cutter mold of housing and zoning regulations. And I feel that that is what the state of California wants. And I want to make it really clear to everybody here, I am absolutely pro-housing. And so many of the components of the housing element we're just meeting state requirements and state regulations. And those are mandated. And so we created a document that meets all of these mandates. We created a document that has a really exciting future for Yreka as far as I'm concerned with housing. We're laying the foundation for housing to come to Yreka. But the pro-housing designation is not a mandate. And while I understand that we have so many of the scoring factors are in place, I guess honestly, I'm just saying enough is enough with mandates. We've done what the state has asked us to do. And I really just believe that if the state were truly interested in helping cities with housing and the funding for housing, they would not make it a competitive process. So I've had my say. And with that, if the council chooses to move forward with this designation, I have just a couple of things that I would like to have removed from the scoring sheets, as well as the resolution. I really would like to see paragraph 3 of the resolution removed, as that just to me, we've already agreed to meeting these mandates and we don't know what the future holds. And I would like to be able to have the opportunity for citizens to be able to comment or take a look and fine tune or tweak housing requirements. So that the paragraph 3 of the resolution just seemed really confining to me. And then I would like to see item 1F, which has to do with reducing parking requirements. I believe that the reduction in parking requirements may work really well in urban areas due to the availability of more options for public transportation, but I don't believe that it's going to work well in rural areas. I also would like to see item 3F, which is an optional program that has to do with, I gotta find my paperwork here.
Universal design ordinances. Universal design ordinances.
It's the universal design ordinances. I'd like to see that removed because it's optional. It's optional. And I'd also like to see item 3D removed. 3D. So thank you.
Page 61 is 3D.
Thank you.
May I ask, Ms. Prevail upon?
Thank you, Councilman Baker.
Councilwoman Baker to tell us why she'd like to see them removed, each item. Because we already do some of these. We already have mobile homes, recreational vehicles. As I said, I have 54 vehicles parked on my street in one block. You won't find more than 3 on the street. I mean, 54 parked in either in garages and lots. So I'm just curious what, on each one of these, what is your impetus for not wanting them in our community?
So she wants to explain your request of reason
Yeah,
why you want those items removed. And if we agree.
So again, with regard to item 1F, which are parking requirements or the reduction of, I am going to find it.
Page 58.
Yeah, page 58.
Oh, so item 1F reduces or eliminates parking requirements for residential developments. And then it goes on to give all the legal citations.
You want that removed?
Excuse me, I'd like to have that one removed. And again, it's because that may work well in urban areas, but I don't believe in our area that's rural, that it's going to work really well. I know that there has been statements that have been made that with the housing that we're considering, that many people won't necessarily have cars. I haven't seen that to be true in Yreka. If you look at any of the apartment complexes or your street, we all have cars. And so I just don't believe that that fits well in a rural area like Yreka. And 3D. Which is promoting innovative housing types. I personally just, even though I know that it's currently allowed, I personally just don't want to see people living in RVs. And
Or a mobile home, $125,000, $160,000 triple wide. I mean, $125,000 double wide. I'm not trying to put them, I'm just asking, I'm trying to understand if I'm going to vote to take these out. You know, when somebody's putting, spending 60,000 for a lot and then they're spending 120,000 for a double wide, that's 180,000. That's more than I paid for the home I'm in now.
And the next door neighbor is living in an RV. I'm opposing the RV vehicles. So if there is a way to modify this to take out the RV vehicles, I'm fine with that.
It's just the RV. Okay.
Just the RV,
And then
okay.
item 3F is just optional. So if it's optional, let's just go ahead and remove it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
That's the
Point of clarification,
Okay,
could you
yeah,
just
clarify.
read off
Go ahead.
the category numbers again really quick so I can make sure that we're still hitting the 30-point minimum? Just read off the category numbers that you have.
Yeah, we're gonna have, Juliana, this is Jason. We're gonna have 1F. We're gonna have 3 Delta. And also 3F. So it looks like a total of 4 points.
That's if we decide.
If we decide, yeah,
That's if we decide as a council to direct that. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay, so just for a point of information, because I already assumed that you didn't want to do the missing middle ones, we started with 39 points and that'll bring us down to 35, just for information's sake.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, Juliana, can you, because there was another item that Council Member Baker was thinking about striking. Can you speak to the resolution, paragraph 3? Is it
Yeah,
item number 3, Ms. Baker? Is that right?
Yeah, paragraph,
Paragraph
item number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah,
in the Resolution.
thank you. Juliana, would you mind telling us, is there leeway here on this resolution, or is it?
no, this is the standard resolution that's required and it cannot be altered.
Okay, so that one we can't change. Correct?
So yeah, the resolution itself is a basic resolution for the program, and per the program instructions, it cannot be altered.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman McCoy, question or comment?
No, this is Councilman McCoy, and I want to make a comment. As I've gone through this, nine of the things we're looking at are state mandated. 8 are in our, 14 are in our housing element already. 8 are locally, it's things we do locally. So they're things that we are doing or we're going to do. Our housing element, which I think, I know it's very controversial, and I also know there was some, photos that got out about that were superimposed or photoshopped that showed a single family house next to like a 6-story, townhouse or apartment that you would see. There were 2 of those that were very misleading. Anybody that goes through our housing element will see that what we're looking at are things that blend in with other homes. You'll also see that we don't want to put R3 or R12 or R9 next to single family homes. I had my neighbors come where I live on, said, hey, you're going to put a apartment complex next to my house. And I said, no, we're not putting apartment complexes there. And, I appreciate, we had lively spirited debate, and I appreciate what everybody had to say tonight, because there's things that we need to think about as a council, things that we need to think about as a city and as citizens, and how we're going to take care of our citizens. I know people were against group homes. I know people were against, there are all kinds of stuff, but what we're trying to prevent here is what's gone on Minor Street. We have apartments directly across from single family homes. This is what we're trying to avoid. We don't want an apartment next to your single family. Now you've got duplexes and triplexes on Lang Way. You've got duplexes on right across from Ringy Pool. You've got duplexes on Sierra Vista. You have duplexes all over this city. And part of that is because there was never any plan to try and place buildings, residential buildings, where they should be placed according to density. Now, population density is relative. I understand that. There's a difference between an apartment of 8,000 people in New York City, in the Bronx or Brooklyn, and a cottage area where you have 6 cottages around a central courtyard, and it looks like a home. For those who haven't done it, take a look down Center Street. Right next to the federal, there's a federal architectural house. It's in the federal architectural. Right next to it is a 6-unit court. There are 6 different people or families that live there. I have been in them before. And I, not only when I delivered for Sears, when I was Sears, but I've been in them before just to visit friends. It does not in any way look like an apartment. You don't drive down and go, oh my God, those are low income people. Oh my gosh, ooh, that's ugly. Ooh, they're, so we have to look at the whole picture with an open mind. We have people that are homeless or unhoused or transient, whatever they are. And yes, they're not taking care of things. But again, that's why we have an officer to go out and work with them, and a code enforcement officer. We have people that live a block and a half from where we live, and their houses look like a pigsty. And we tolerate that. We tolerate it. We tolerate 5 or 6 cars in the front yard or in the backyard. We have to, as citizens, we have to look inside ourselves. And we have to look at, we have to look and do what's best for our city. And I know that, there are lots of things that I disagree with. Many more than you'll ever know. I know some of these councilmen and women and city manager know. But, when we look at the overall picture of the city, in order to move the city forward, these are things we have to do. This housing element and this pro housing is not looking at adding or giving more power away or putting, an apartment complex that's 2 or 3 stories high next to yours or any other R1 area. Again, as I said, population density is, the population density of, say, Pine Gardens next to population density of 5 or 6 projects in Harlem or Brooklyn or the Bronx that's different. And when we look at population density here, if you've got 3 people that build 3 homes or build a 3-plex, that is very dense. I understand that. And I wouldn't disagree with you there. But we're not looking at putting 30 or 40 or 50 people next to a home. The other thing is this council, I'm going to speak for them because I think I know them. They want workforce housing. They want housing that people can afford. They don't just want to build 300-foot, ADUs. I mean, I'm sorry, I guess I shouldn't speak for them, but I think this council is a very caring council, and they want to see, we'd like to see our kids and grandkids be able to afford a house here and come back, and that's just, in order to do that, we have to get some housing going on in here. And this right here, this document helps to help us when we're looking for money. I will end with, if you get a chance, look up Frank Lloyd Wright. Many of you may know who he is. He's one of the most famous architects in the history of this country. He's got houses all over, but he has a particular neighborhood in the Oak Park area of Chicago. During that neighborhood, there's his house and his office. His office was built. One of the things that he didn't want was his office to look like an office. He wanted it to look like a home. There are probably another 16 or 18 homes in a 3-block period there, and you walk through them. And I had the pleasure of being able to do that at one point in time when I was back there for school. And they're all, you can tell they're all Frank Lloyd Wright architecture, but interspersed in between these are little cottage homes of 3, 4, 5, 6 cottages that open onto a central courtyard. That's something that I think that if we all could settle down and together and have coffee and we look at, we go, well, it doesn't look so bad. So, it's not like, again, whether it's with this document or any document that we're doing, the only thing we're looking at doing is trying to further housing so that we're not dealing with something like Drake's son has to deal with, where he has to get a duplex or a triplex. And in fact, this city really hasn't had it. I've been here 36, 37 years now, and we really haven't had anything that goes this deep as a document. We've had other documents. So I thank the council, the sitting council right now, and the city manager and Juliana and the public for your input and for all of your support, council, city manager, and Juliana. And I thank you. I know I'm long-winded. I yield my time. I apologize to everybody in the gallery.
So, thank you, Councilman Pro Tem McCoy. So I guess the questions is if we're approving or gonna go to the request for Ms. Baker's request for removing the item. I don't want to remove anything. I'm fine with the document
Can I
as
have
is.
questions about that? Because
To her, yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it's her question.
yeah, I'm
She made a request. and
Yeah, I'm
She
still
just kind
not
of said she wanted to remove that.
understanding, like the one F says we're reducing or eliminating parking requirements for the residential. It says over off to the side, state mandated policy. So I guess I'm confused how we can remove that if it's already a
don't-
state mandated.
I don't think we can. Is
Is
what I
that
understand from
something that can be
Juliana.
done, Juliana?
So again, to kind of state it out, the policies and programs are the ones you're claiming to get points. So if you remove it from the application, it does not remove your mandate to allow it, if that makes sense.
Kind of. Yes.
So there are several other programs that I did not earmark for this application because I didn't feel it fit the input we had been getting with the housing element and other factors. If any of those are state mandated, we still do have to comply with those. It's just going to take a lot more time to address those types of features. And so I think going back to the concern that Council Member Baker has, you can take it out. It doesn't mean that you don't have to meet that mandate. But if it makes people feel better, then you still have enough points to apply still without it.
And then what was the other one? 3B here, wasn't it? Yeah, 3B.
Because we're not committing. We don't
No,
have to
I'm
do
just
these.
trying to
so,
figure
yeah.
out
Yeah.
these questions.
Yeah.
It says already adopt ordinance on implementation of other mechanisms as a result of Russ restrictive requirements than government code section, reduce barriers, property owners to create ADUs, JADUs, which are accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units. This is a policy that we already have in place on our housing element. So I guess I'm confused if we take it out and we already have it in place of our housing element, then we're contradicting our housing element. So I guess I'm a little confused. And then now 3F, I totally understand adoption of universal ordinance in pursuit of health and safety code section, blah, blah, blah. That's obviously optional. So I guess that's my question on both ends of that is we're trying to remove something that we already have in progress and then that we've already, as a council, okayed. And then then going back to something that's mandated already. So I guess that's my question. I guess back to you, Colleen Baker, I'm sorry, but I'm just like, I guess I'm a little confused. I understand what you're coming from, but if it's something that it's not going to change the outcome, the end result other than just eligibility for points, then I don't know if I quite understand.
So when this item originally came before us, we were told that if there were categories or the policies that we wanted removed from this document, we could ask for them to be removed. And I understand that it doesn't mean that we're taking them out of housing element or that, they're not mandated, but it was my understanding that if there were particular ones that we just didn't want to have points assigned to, that we had the capability of doing that.
Okay.
And that is absolutely correct.
Yeah. So she's requesting, but so we're
Gotcha.
just need to decide if.
Gotcha.
for-
Okay, I just
That's
was
the only
trying to get,
request we have so far is for changes, and if not, if we don't agree to the changes, then we say
Right.
no, and then we move forward for the
gotcha. I
approval.
I was just trying to get some
Yeah,
clarification.
go back for the motion.
Right. Okay. As of this point, I'm just trying to absorb that. I don't see where it changes any of the outcome of what we've already decided is saying. Unfortunately, there's, like I said, it goes down to the state of California. I'd like to take away that a lot of their authority, period, and bring it back to the local level like it should be. But that's not changing anything. So,
Okay, so it sounds like we're denying the request for any items removed from the document, and I'm going to move forward for the wishes of the council. Sorry, I need to go back to where we're at. Okay, the recommended city council action is motion to approve resolution 2259A, resolution of the city council of the city of Yreka authorizing application to and participation in the pro housing designation program. What are the wishes of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, so moved.
I have a motion by Councilman McCoy.
I'll second it.
I have a
Just don't
second.
see we need to change it. So,
Oh, I have a second from Councilman Keag. I'll go for roll call. Councilman Keag,
aye.
Councilman Davis,
No.
Councilman Baker,
No,
Councilman McCoy.
Aye.
Councilman Middleton, aye. The motion passes 3-2. Ayes were Middleton, McCoy, Keag. The noes were Davis and Baker.
and Mr. Mayor, I would like to go
Thank
on
you.
record that the reason that I am voting no is that this is not a state mandated program. I want to make it really clear to everybody here that I am not anti-housing.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I think Ms. Hogan has that as the record. All right, thank you. So we go on to, oh, actually, we're gonna go on to a break, 5-minute break. We'll come back at, we'll always say that. So let's just come back at 8:30, 9 minutes. Okay. Adjourned at 8:21. We'll come back at 8:30. Thank you. I can just keep rolling on. You guys got to remind me for bathroom breaks. It's not even saying we're gonna do it. It's just giving us. We might not even do anything.
I guess I'm not, I guess I'm confused.
I don't want to build. I don't want to build a 3-story apartment. You were across the board. They're already from me. They're already there. Okay, we'll adjourn at 8:36. Okay, so we're at item number 10. This is public hearings, public hearing protocol. 1, Mayor will describe the purpose of the public hearing. 2, city staff will provide the staff report. 3, city staff will respond to questions from the city council. 5, Mayor will open the public hearing. 5, public wanting to comment will come to the podium, provide the city clerk with their name and address, and provide their comments. 6, Mayor will close the public hearing. And 7, the city council will deliberate and act and act on the item. So this is our, so go down to the finance director for fire chief. The agenda title is updating the city's capital improvement plan and development impact fee rate for public safety dash fire.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Emily Aldridge, the Finance Director, and I am here to discuss the adoption of Resolution 2315 of the City Council, updating the city's capital improvement plan and development impact rate for public safety fire. At the August 2nd, 22 City Council meeting, the council authorized city manager to sign a contract for financial planning services for fire service development impact fee study with the Capital Public Finance Group not to exceed $7,500. The resulting report is the product of the research and analysis from the study. The recommendations to update the fees and capital facilities plan are being brought forward to you this evening for consideration. Development impact fees, sometimes called mitigation fees, monetarily quantify the impact to the city's fire department as it relates to growth. Development fees are collected, which in turn allows the city to pay for fire equipment, fire facility improvements, and other impacts supporting growth and demand for service. The mitigation fee report was reviewed and fees were discussed at the January 19th, 2023 Finance Committee meeting. The committee's recommendation was in support, bringing forward the full city council and update fee schedule rates as presented. The fiscal impacts will vary by level of future development, subject to said fees. I'd like to bring a case in point. If we had had these fees in place when the Crossroads structure was being done, we would have collected $83,762 that would have gone directly towards our fire department and the necessary equipment and facilities in order to protect those structures.
Thank you, Emily. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you heard Emily so eloquently put it, the study was something that had been kind of in the works for a while. And I can tell you from someone who sees the bills, as well as I pass them on to Emily and her folks to get them paid, that you put fire on anything in terms of equipment, the price goes up. There's really nothing we can do about that. And I can tell you that our call volume is still, on the increase. We have a good plan in place for replacing equipment, apparatus. All of our rolling stock is well over $2 million in value. That's only going to increase when it comes time for the ladder truck to be replaced. That's probably going to be $1 million just all by itself. That same spec, 75-foot quint or something along those lines. So having this impact fee in place, as Emily said, and I can go back 20 years. I mean, we can't do that. We can't turn the clock back, but it's time to act in a way that is prudent. And I think it's fair. If you ask most of the developers that were coming in for commercial projects that we did miss out on, they were prepared to pay it. So I think it's time for us to at least look at it from that standpoint that, it happens in every municipality throughout the country, and well, probably more so in California that we're familiar with. So I would definitely recommend, a good close look at this and, recommended action to pass this to help out the fire department, because there's coming a time when the funds are going to be even tougher than they are now. This may free up some to get us, other things that we need, such as, paid staff, which is a whole nother discussion, which I've, discussed with Retta and city manager. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on this matter and right the ship if there's any misconceptions about what we're doing.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. Yes.
Just to add, the last time we've done a fire study was 2006, and it was implemented in 2007. And one other point, it was in my head.
The life to date, Emily, I think you were going to say.
Oh, yeah, life to date, the impact would have been $1,066,138.
Thank you. All right. Any further comment for this, for staff reports from anybody? Okay. Says here that I will open up for public hearing.
I asked you guys before to separate residential and commercial. Yeah.
His microphone's not working. Maybe he can step to the podium.
Oh, so is the mic not working?
Right.
Hold on, Don. They can't hear you online.
Oh, I think you had it there. There it is.
All right.
All right, I asked before that you separate residential and commercial development fees. Somebody's putting a supermarket, big store, yeah, they don't care about this. It's a minor factor in them. But if you're building a family home, a single family home, this will add thousands of dollars to the cost. In the last year.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, but his microphone still is not
I
projecting.
can't hear you. I guess we're gonna have to have you come to the podium, Lorenzo. Thank you.
Yeah. This is too important of item to not have correct.
Okay.
All right, commercial properties don't care about this. As Councilmember McCoy says, they're fine with it. But if you're building a single family home, this adds thousands of dollars to it. In the last year, you have already skyrocketed development costs. This will add more development costs. This is anti-housing. This is anti-workforce housing, especially. If you're building a mansion, you can afford this. But if you're building a small 1,500 square foot house, this will add over $3,000 on top of all the other fees that you've already added in the last year. This hurts housing. I asked you to separate commercial and residential development fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Any other public comment or questions? No? Okay, I will close the public portion and I will go to the city council for questions or comments. Councilman Kate?
Okay. I tend to agree there with Mr. Lorenzo Love there. It adds 1,500 square foot home, adds $3,045. So yeah, it's adds to another thing. I don't know if this is something that we could, this is my big complaint with the state of California too, is affordable housing, is that we don't have any affordable housing, and any more impacts is definitely not good. I don't know if there's any way we can designate anything, say like 2,000 or 2,500 square foot home or less would be a flat fee or something like that, where it would reduce the cost, or just somehow reducing the cost for smaller homes. This is a problem, like I said, with why we don't have any affordable home housing period in the state of California, is because we don't have, we have to implement all these things that shouldn't be implemented on affordable housing. So it kind of takes away that. Do I want to see some income brought in for our fire department? Absolutely. Like I said, with all these other developments that we're doing, whether it be, well, back in the day, a good prime example would be like Walmart or something. I mean, just think about how much we would have got from that. So some of these other ones would definitely bring in sufficient money to our fire department and stuff. So I don't know if there's something that we could separate some of this. And if I'm the only one that's talking this way, I don't know what the rest of council feels, but I feel that we should separate some of these things as far as lower income housing or smaller housing designations.
Can I just make a quick comment as to?
Do you want to wait till we go to all council
Oh,
members
yeah,
for your question?
absolutely.
That way we can, is that okay? Yeah. And that way you can address, but don't forget your comment though. Perfect. Okay.
So yeah, that's the only question I had is if something was in regards to what Lorenzo was saying, I was looking at the same thing. It's like, we need to figure out if there's something that would be a little bit less reduction for lower income housing or small housing. So square footage housing. So.
Okay. I guess I'll just piggyback on you really fast as I don't consider it like a 1,500 square foot for $300,000 low income. So I guess, or
No.
affordable. So I guess we'd have
It's
to
not, that's the problem.
do that. As you're saying, like a smaller square footage or price, what we determine what would be affordable housing or a small build for affordable housing in Yreka, what's that going to cost, I guess, for it. And I guess for the housing study, Juliana, correct me if I'm wrong, if she's still on, the need was anywhere from 700, the smaller homes for affordable, for 700 to 1,100 square feet. Is that correct?
Maybe a little bit more. We're looking at, about 700 to 1,500, but we see most of the people applying right now around the 1,000 square foot mark. But it should be noted in your housing element, there is a program to work on a fee deferral and waiver program. And that's something we haven't started yet, but this would be part of that fee deferral and waiver program that would be brought forward to you at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I jumped in there. So, okay, Councilman Baker, I'm waiting for anybody to raise their hand. Everybody's staring at me, but like deer caught in headlights, but no one's raising their hand.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Middleton. It's always a little shocking when you see a detailed fee study that's been done like this. And when you see the true cost of providing fire services, it's a huge increase. There's no doubt about it. But I also kind of look at it like this hasn't been done since 2006. And I think that this is a really good example of why we as a city council need to keep our fee schedules current by reviewing them, every couple of years.
For sure.
This question is directed at Mr. Ledbetter. So it's my understanding that we don't have a lot of owner builders breaking down the doors to build housing. And we may have some developers interested in, different housing projects. So these fees would be paid at the time somebody is applying for building, or it's just not everybody who's a property owner in Yreka that's going to be paying these. It's for new construction, correct?
That's correct. My understanding is we're talking about new construction. And if we were to take a step back through time here, and I believe Retta really is, Retta and I believe Emily's pretty well versed on this topic too, is that when the prior council, many councils ago, had actually requested to try to inspire development by reducing diff. And I believe they cut the diff that we currently had at the time, which was hardly anything, to be completely honest with you. They cut it in half. And through that time, my understanding, and I could be wrong here, was that there was one home built for $800,000. Okay. And they were certainly not low income. And the people that built, at least one of them had no idea that we had removed the diff. And so ultimately we didn't spur any type of development for housing, and we lost on all of the commercial development for the fire hall. But yeah, my understanding, and I believe Emily, I think wanted, this was one of the points that you were wanting to make, I think, was that it is for new construction. And so that 90+% of the population here is never going to pay this diff fee. And another item, and I'm sorry, just to compound on that, is that we're currently have an ad hoc committee for the fire
for a number of fire items that we're looking at. And Mr. Lemos mentioned the possibility of coming back to the council in the future for paid staff. But another big item that has started to get real hot and heavy in a very positive way is that the planning grant is moving forward for a new fire hall. And we anticipate debt servicing that fire hall, and ultimately any more money that can be flowing into the system to allow us to meet the demand of that cost. Because when that last city council went forward with the fire hall talk, the cost of goods was substantially less expensive than it is now. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I think Ms. Juliana has her hand up. She might have something to add.
Juliana?
Just to add to your discussion and consideration, in terms of current applications that we've received in planning and building, we have one single family home that's being built up in the Discovery neighborhood, or actually we have two single family homes that are in the $600,000 to $800,000 range. So again, it's that type of individual. So those would not be assessed to fees at this point because they're already through the process. But those are the type of homes that we're seeing built consistently. In terms of the other applications that we're getting, we do have several interested in the accessory dwelling unit laws. And the accessory dwelling units are actually exempt from DIF fees if they meet a certain square footage. And so that is one thing to take into account or understand, is that the majority of the development that we're getting in the residential sector at this time would not be severely impacted by additional development impact fees. That being said, another kind of counterpoint for this discussion to consider is our ISO rating. So the more that we can bring that ISO rating into a better category, the cheaper your fire insurance is going to be, which is ultimately, when you look at the total cost that's burdening homeowners right now in the city of Yreka, these development impact fees would only apply to those new developers, but it would have a far-reaching, positive implication to the rest of the city, because we will be able to have better facilities, have better apparatuses that would be able to bring down our insurance rating, thus saving everyone more money. So it's just something to kind of remember when we talk about fire, that it does have some farther reaching positive implications to provide better services in terms of our housing market.
Thank you, Juliana. Emily, did you have a couple add-ons? And
I just wanted to point out that the beauty of these development impact fees, that is the beauty of Retta's brain, is that we do have options. You can pay them up front. You can amortize them. We have all these different vehicles in which we can defer them until the sale of the home. So if they are building it for the sale, they can include that in the sale. So there's a lot of different avenues that we can take to still get what we need as the city to cover the cost of that fire protection for that additional structure, and help that person get that developed and still get the profit that they're seeking. The other point I'd like to make is that if we do not do these, the costs are still going to come. He's still going to need equipment. He's still going to need equipment to cover those buildings. So we as individual citizens will end up picking up that cost over time.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney.
Yes.
Just wanted to mention to you, I didn't see it in the staff report, but in order for this matter to pass, it takes a 4/5 vote positive.
Thank you, Mr. Henyon. Yes, Mr. Kate.
Yes. I just want to add that, those of you that were around when we did raise the water rates, I'm sure a lot of people had a lot of complaints about that. That's because there was no raising of water rates for 20 years. And when you do it all at once, then it's like peeling a Band-Aid off. You do it quick and it's not pretty, but it's it's one of those things. These are, when we let things go too long, this is what ends up happening, is we end up having a big price to pay, and that's where we're at with something like this. Do I agree with having to raise it? Not really, because we already have so much that we're raising, but we do need a fire department. It's crucial that we have a fire department and that we keep on top of that. Was with the top fire danger getting more and more and more every year, it seems like, except for this year, we're blessed, but we need to make sure that our fire department is up to snuff and can do their job. So this is another one of those fees that it's frustrating, but should have been done years ago.
Thank you.
Mayor Middleton?
Yes.
I have another question.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
Councilman
Um,
Baker.
Can these fees be used for anything else besides fire protection?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I just have one comment as well, is that these aren't fees that we're coming in to pay every day. I mean,
No.
how many people are sitting in this room are going to build a house in the next, year or 2 or 5 years or ever? So one person? I closed public comment. I'm sorry. I closed public comment. I'm sorry. I opened public comment, so order. I closed public comment. Thank you. I can't have it. I just said I was just making a comment. I wasn't, I was making a public, just this, yeah. Mr. McQuay?
That was my fault. I was addressing.
Oh, okay. I was like saying I wasn't. Okay. Anyways, Mr. Davis, any questions or comments? Okay. Emily, you're raising your hand? Oh, okay. Okay, I will close. You have another question?
One more question.
Okay. Mr.
Now
Hague
this-
has one more question.
Sorry about that. So this just is new construction, correct? What about any manufactured homes or anything that's putting on a new, it's basically going into a new area? Does that have any impact on that at all? So in other words, you get like I said, a manufactured home that we're putting in the property that's a new build, basically, is that is impacted too with it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want clarification on that. Okay. that
All
was
right.
it.
All right, I will close comment to the council. So the recommended city action before you is the motion to approve City Council Resolution 2023-15, approving the development impact fee report and updating the city's capital improvement plan for public safety, fire and development impact fees rate program. What are the wishes of the council?
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilman Baker and I have a second from Councilman Davis. I'll go to roll call. Councilman Kaag.
Aye.
Councilman Davis. Councilman Baker.
Aye.
Pro Tem Councilman McCoy.
Aye.
And Mayor Middleton, aye. All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Juliana. Thank you, Retta. Thank you, Mr. Ledbetter, everybody who worked on this. All right, new business, city manager, planning director, vacant land survey and home key feasibility study, presentation and discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Yreka City Council. So this is just a discussion only. We're not looking for any action tonight, but just to give you an update on some projects that transcend 2 different city councils essentially. So in the summer of 2022, the city council for the city of Yreka approved the contract with Housing Tools to perform a number of functions, including preparing a home key grant application and a housing development evaluation and site analysis. This evening, we're only providing an update to these 2 tasks as we're still in the midst of these tasks and we're not seeking direction or any action by the council. This is informational only. Ultimately, at a future meeting date, you will be seeing a grant application for you to either deny or approve to seek a home key grant application to the state. And then we also plan on bringing you a multitude of different opportunities with property owners that are interested in partnering with us for housing. So you will have a say in both of these items in the future. Today is just to give you some understanding of where we currently sit, answer questions, and have an informal conversation. So 2 motels were analyzed as part of this process for the task order to prepare a grant application for council consideration for a home key project. And a comparison is in your agenda on page 118. So from this comparison, the Jefferson Inn was chosen through this process as it has twice as many rooms as the other location. It's underutilized space on the property and a restaurant space on site that could be utilized for a community building or supportive services location. So the next step in this process is essentially will be to work with the property owner and Housing Tools to partner with a developer for the project. So as we had talked about in the past, and as you can see, if you go on our website for RFQs and RFPs, there is an RFQ that closes, I believe, next month on the 8th, I believe it is, for developers to get on a list that want to work with us, whether that be for housing or for this home key project as well. And so we will work with Housing Tools. We will work with the owner of Jefferson Inn, and then eventually we will hopefully find a developer. We will also be working with Dr. Sarah Collard, because this project would consist of us standing up a home key project and then eventually walking away from that project. The developer would own it and the county would come along to provide services via contracted PLHA funding. And so on this particular site, I have toured this site. I don't, Mr. Keg, were you with me on that tour? I feel that we've discussed this. Okay. So I believe I toured this site with Supervisor Ogren and members of the county, and we all agreed that we really enjoyed this site. We really like this site. If we were to do a home key project, that this would be the site that we would choose. And ultimately, through this process with Housing Tools, they have landed on the same site as well. So before we move on to the vacant land survey, I think I'll just leave it there to answer any questions about the home key and the 2 sites that we looked at and ultimately where we currently landed in the process.
You want to go to council or is it public comment?
Oh,
We're
I'm
not making a
sorry.
decision.
Yeah, we could do it
I was-
either way. So I can
Okay.
answer these questions, or you guys go
I'll go to
to
public comment. Any public comment regarding the home key project with Jefferson Inn?
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, if that's the case, I'll just finish off the entire topic. We can do public comment, then I can come back and answer
Okay.
the question. Excuse me. So for the vacant land survey portion of this item, if you would refer to page 100 of your agenda packets. So a total of 12 sites were analyzed as part of this survey with the metrics of funding availability ranking these 12 locations. So ultimately, what improvements would need to be made to the site? Is sewer and water available? How far away from grocery shopping and amenities are these sites? Ultimately play a factor into, does Housing Tools believe that we could actually be competitive with the grant process? And so that's how these were graded out. What is most likely to get funded? So based on this document, a letter was then drafted and sent out to each property owner on the interest they may have in partnering with the city of Yreka for housing. And so far, we have heard from over half of the property owners, and we have set up multiple meetings here in the coming weeks to have in-person conversations with the property owners interested. So ultimately, it's only been less than 2 weeks since we sent letters out, and more than half of the 12 have already gotten back to us and are highly interested to sit down and discuss what a partnership looks like. So the next steps for this project would be to develop an outline of possible projects based on property owner interest, and then obviously developer interest from the RFQ currently posted on our site. So this is just one half. First of all, we would need a property owner that would be willing to work with us. Ultimately, if they don't want to work with us, then ultimately we're not looking at that property anymore. The RFQ with developer interest, we combine these 2 people together, continue to flesh out the project with Housing Tools, And then we would be bringing you hopefully at least one project for consideration, possibly multiple projects for consideration, and ultimately a determination by the city council whether or not they wanted to choose one of those projects and move forward requesting funding from the state to do a project. So I will sit down and then come back, and then Juliana is online to answer questions after public comment as well.
All right, I'll open it to public comment.
I'm really excited about this room. And I've got to tour the rooms too. They're big and they're nice. I was very impressed. I have a young couple in there with a 12-week-old baby, and I was super glad to get them off the street. So we need to do this, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Murray.
Louise Cleado, Yreka. I'm not making a comment. I have a question, and I guess at the end of this, then maybe my question could be answered. I went by the Jefferson, and there's a restaurant there, and it's a new restaurant, a new kind of menu. So are they going to be gone? Are you going to do a soup kitchen there? Or what is going to happen to that restaurant? Because I know that Yreka needs more businesses here. We need more. In fact, I'd like to see some more restaurants. We'd have some choices. So I hope that this restaurant doesn't go away because of that. Thank you.
I guess, I don't know, you want me to answer? I don't know what will happen with it. I don't know what the current owner, you want to answer? I don't know what the current.
Yeah, I
could
could definitely answer that question. Ultimately, we're looking at the entire site. The owner is ultimately interested, both sites that were analyzed in the document, in the agenda, both owners of the sites were interested in partnering with the city. And so when we did tour the location of Jefferson Inn, and it looks like, I believe the owner was here earlier, but it looks like he left. Ultimately, yeah, the site where Natalie Ty used to be, and now there is another restaurant in there, would ultimately become part of this development, and that would be utilized in a number of different fashions, and even possibly, you know, I know that we talk about this shelter that's going to open at some point, but that common space that is a restaurant could be utilized as kind of a soup kitchen, or a location to teach somebody how to cook, or ultimately something that I really liked, the possibility of a permanent warming center location. So inevitably, that is attached to the business and comes with the property. So ultimately, the restaurant would no longer be there if we were to move forward with this one.
All right. I think that answers your question, right, Louise? Yep. Still open.
So I guess mine's kind of a question too. So basically, we're putting housing in the middle of town, right in Main Street. We're just gonna like put people anywhere. We're just gonna like, yep, this is a housing development right in the middle of a commercial business area, what used to be Main Street. You have a business, you got housing, business housing. This is exactly what we were trying to tell you is kind of disturbing, in my opinion, because it's like, I don't know what this is gonna look like, but it doesn't sound good. I mean, I know that, I mean, right on Main Street, really? Right next to businesses? It just seems really odd. It's like, we're losing the integrity of how a city should flow. So, I mean, I don't know. These are the only type of sites we have, because we're gonna do that to the old Gills that's sitting there, the empty grocery store. We're gonna say, make that a housing complex too. I mean, I don't know, I guess bye Main Street. I don't know. I just think it's bizarre. You know, we have neighborhoods, we have places, and yet this is just gonna be it's a free for all. And that's kind of what we're talking about. So
Address that one, or you want me?
Yeah, I have no problem addressing
It's
that.
already-
I'm going to make one quick
Okay.
comment about that, though, is that ultimately when we do talk about housing, and I will address that, that this comes up, right? We don't want it in R1, and then we don't want it here either. But ultimately, what I will say to Ms. Collier is that the site currently is used as a voucher program. And so it's 100% filled with people that are suffering from housing insecurity currently. And I don't know if that's going to change. There are 3 different motels in town that are currently being utilized like this. And so we're talking about non-congregate sheltering when we talk about the Home Key project, and ultimately basically taking something that is currently existing as a shelter based off of the county program to shelter people with the vouchers at these motels. And we're talking about doing a facelift and utilizing it as continuum of care, where you would have a low barrier shelter, possibly a pallet shelter, a Home Key site, and a graduation to Crossroads, inevitably, hopefully empowering somebody to enter back into a rental or a home purchase within the community. So
Thank you. Well, you've come down once, so I mean, you're not supposed to. I'm not supposed to allow you, but I guess, because I can't have back and forth all night with him and then you coming
No,
back
this
and
is
forth. Okay.
informational, and he just said something that I think is important. Yeah, it's a motel being used for a homeless, or, you know,
They're not
voucher
homeless.
not
Yeah.
homeless, well, not now, I mean, but a voucher program. But I'm just saying, that used to be a really nice motel. It was really cute. It was a place of business. I'm just saying, I would like to see those places return as a place of business. And I just was wondering if I don't know that that's always the best way. I just think that there could be better, you know, you got all this billions of dollars that the state's going to give us back to do these programs, you know? I just don't know why that has to be the best choice. I think we should, you know, to make Yreka beautiful, it'd be nice to see those. That was a really cute motel. Anyway, I mean, just thoughts is like, I just don't know why that has to be the place, right in the middle of town. You know, it's like, it just seems odd to me. I think Yreka is gonna look odd, but anyway.
I'll jump in for a minute, just to.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment though. We haven't closed public comment yet. Yeah. Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, I'll close public comment. And then I'm going to jump in 1 second. So they've done several a couple of motels in Reading that were really bad. And they're actually way nicer now, being a Home Key project. I don't know if you've been by them in Reading. They're downtown, one's by the marina, by the river. It was horrible. Drug infested, you name it, prostitution. The city cleaned that hotel up. So I would hope, and I get what you're saying, it did used to be a nice looking motel back in the day. It's been like, I'm hoping that the same would happen to Jefferson Inn, should this move forward, that it would become a lot nicer than it is now, because the projects in Reading cleaned up the neighborhood. The business owners were happier that they're cleaned up. It's supervised better. There's staff on site. And it's more transitional, but they look way better. So I would hope that for my town I live in Main Street. I hear you. So I would hope they look just as good as they do, because the ones in Reading looked they were really bad, and they look really good. They remodeled them, knew everything, and they're staying maintained. And it's been a few years that I think they did those motels, but yeah, so. Okay. I'll go to council members if they want to comment back or answer questions. Okay, Councilman Baker.
Councilmember Baker, I just have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Ledbetter. So is there any kind of reason why we can't have more than one Home Key project in Yreka?
no, there's no reason. And ultimately, and that's a great question. So ultimately, through this process on both things that we're looking at, if we had still interest from the other motel owner,
we would certainly continue to try to partner him up with a developer and then ultimately just remove ourselves from that process if we didn't think we could, if we wanted to focus our attention on the other site, or ultimately the city council could ask us to move on multiple locations.
Thank you. And then also Jefferson Inn is full right now with people using the voucher program. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, is that they're 100% voucher program. Yes.
So what's going to happen to all those occupants if we move forward with this project and there's going to be major renovation going on? I'm assuming that those people would be displaced. And is there a plan in place to handle that?
We had conversation over this exact concern last week with Dr. Sarah Collard, and ultimately her statement was yes, is that they would find another location to utilize in the interim to do the voucher program. But I think that is something that we have to be very cognizant of as we flesh this project out, that ultimately we want to make sure that we're not kicking people out to Campus Drive. We want to make sure that they're still going to remain in a location with this inventory diminishing for a 9-month period of time before it's back up and running.
And so can you just briefly go over the process of the city's role in all of this? I know that I believe that I've heard you say that the city would step in and apply for funds. Then those funds go to the developer. And then what happens to the property owner? Do they remain the property owner, or does it become the developer's property?
That's a great question. And so there's a multitude of different avenues, and these apply for both what we're talking about today. The other 12 sites we're talking about for housing and also for home key, is that ultimately that's kind of up to the property owner and the developer who wants to continue to move forward. In this instance, my understanding is that we would be partnering up with somebody that wanted to sell. And so we have no interest in ownership. And so our role would be to help stand up the project. And as the grant, on the grant applying, we may have oversight and site control until the finish of the project. But my envision is that we would pair up a developer with the property owner. We would have some documentation signed that if we were to receive funding, that we would be having the property sale from the current owner to the developer at a very specified price, because we'd need to know that before we applied for this certain amount of funding. And then if we were to receive the funding, that sale would go through. We would stand up basically what we normally do with any development in the city. We would oversee that development. We may own the parcel for a small amount of time until that development's done, and then we would eventually be phased out with no responsibility or ownership over the site. And then PLHA funding, which you guys had voted on, or the council at some point had voted on, which is permanent local housing allocation funding. So there's $60 on every real estate transaction in Siskiyou County, and we get a percentage of that coming back. That funding would help a service provider provide service, that the county would manage that contract on the service. And ultimately, we would hope that the service provider would be the same service provider that would be providing the service at the shelter that they're currently attempting to find a provider for.
And what kind of services would be offered?
I believe that puts a social worker or multiple social workers on site living at the facility, partnered with the county on the different opportunities people have for whether that be finding work, whether that be getting clean, any of the normal items that people need, mental health, or a caseworker, would be completely helped and managed by that service provider that was living on site.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Baker. Any other comments from, actually, Juliana has her hand up, so I'll go to her really fast. Juliana?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer some of the questions that were brought forward from Councilmember Baker. So part of our final home key application does require the city to identify a displacement program. So that all those questions related to what we are going to do with the individuals who are currently living there has to be part of the grant narrative, because California has a zero basically, if you're going to be displacing someone, you have to compensate them and find comparable lodging for them. So we will have to have that program flushed out for the final application. And there was another point too, but I apologize. I was listening to everything else going on, but there's a couple of other features with the program that will be flushed out in more further detail moving forward prior to the application.
Thank you.
Thank you. No vote. No, it's just information.
No, no.
Okay. Oh,
Also get a little bit in there. People got to realize this is part of a bigger puzzle of putting together, trying to address the homeless issue in Yreka and Siskiyou County. And like I said, I have some numbers and I'll be able to tell people what the numbers were this last time. Like I keep saying, we're not going to fix a problem. We're going to put a Band-Aid on the problem. This is one of those elements that is going to help put a Band-Aid on the homeless issue in Yreka. For one thing, getting them off the streets. Everybody, I guarantee in this whole room doesn't want to see homeless people wandering around our parks. We don't want to see them wandering around the greenway and causing problems. So in order to get them out of these areas, we have to have a place for them to go. And in order to have a place for them to go, we have to make that available to them, whether it be beds, whether it be whatever you want to call it, we have to have a place for them to go. So each little piece that we're making available to these individuals gets them out of our parks, get them out of our streams, get them out of our areas that everybody wants to go take their kids and go play in the park. Yeah, so do I. So these are one of the pieces of the puzzle. Whether people agree with it or not, it's not a fix. It's definitely not a fix. It's a thing that we're going to put a Band-Aid on. And until we start seeing some change at the state and federal level on how we address homelessness, this is just a Band-Aid. It really is. But it is one way that we can address homelessness. And this is a way as a city we can address it by doing these things, opening up places for them to go. Homeless shelter, this Project Home Key, Crossroads, these are all pieces of the puzzle. The ordinance that we drafted up as a city to where we were able to get them out of our greenways and stuff only will work if we have a place for them to go. And that's the plain and simple fact of it all. So whether people agree with some of these things that we're doing or not, everybody can agree that we need to start putting our foot down on how we handle homelessness instead of kicking the can down the road. We actually started addressing this issue and fixing it at a local level that we can address it as. Do we agree with it? No, I grew up working. I started working at 11 years old, greasing trucks. So everybody's got their own share of problems, and mental illness, alcoholism, drug problems all relate to this homeless issue. And when you start digging in deep, as much as I have, you start seeing it. You realize that there's more to it. And this is just one piece of the puzzle that we can address as a council, as a city, to help fix a problem. This problem stems clear back from the 80s. Any of you that remember the Reagan administration, they shut down all the mental facilities back then. I directly had a customer of mine come in here 2 weeks ago that worked down in the Bay Area, that was a social worker that dealt with people going through mental problems, that was in mental institution. And we had this conversation and she starts going, well, when this all started, she goes, that was back in the 80s. And I go, yeah, during the Reagan administration. So yeah. She goes, how did you know that? I go, I've done my research on it and found out that's when it all stems from. She goes, when she was working back then as a social worker down in the Bay Area, she's seen thousands of people displaced from shutting down these mental institutions back then. She had a firsthand witness of seeing all these people out on the streets. So the first way you fix this problem is get them off the streets. And this is what we're doing. So sorry that I blabbered on, but I think it needs to be addressed, that the only way we're going to start fixing this problem is start putting some of these pieces of the puzzle together. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Kaag. All right, I will. You ready? Okay, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason, I'm kind of interested in the selection process that you used to choose the Jefferson over the budget in. I would have thought it would have been the other way around, but that's just the way I feel. But I'd like to know why you chose Jefferson over the budget in.
Well, there's two, thank you, Mr. Davis. There's two determinations here. So there was a metric, I think it was on, let me just double check the page here. On page 118, you can see the compare and contrast on how housing tools came to that conclusion. And then before housing tools came to this conclusion, and they did this separate without staff. They went through both of the locations. I went through locations with Dr. Collard, Mrs. Ogren, Supervisor Ogren that's here, and we came to the conclusion that we really like Jefferson Inn because it's twice the size and there is a large footprint on the site that actually would cater very well to the hypothetical pallet shelters. And so ultimately there's an opportunity for expansion. And when we look at our issue that we have right now on the Greenway and over on Campus Drive, we would like to not do a home key project that only facilitates the people currently already living in the motel. And since all the motels that we looked at currently are 100% on the voucher program, we're not actually solving any problem. If we were just to flip one of these motels, we wouldn't remove anybody from the street because the people living in them are already housed. They're considered housing insecure. And so technically, for lack of better words, they're homeless with shelter at the moment. And so ultimately, we're looking for a site that can expand or can take on the ability of smaller pallet shelters so that we can have enough space that we could basically outlaw anybody camping, or we can work with people to move them into one of the facilities, either the regular shelter, non-congregate shelter, or a pallet shelter, and thereby not have anybody camping within our city.
Thank you for that. I understand why you would be looking at the size there, but it seems like the budget might be easier to expand. There was quite a bit. There was a large piece of property right to the north of there, and there was some unoccupied businesses across the street. It seems to me like maybe the warming center could be there, but I understand that the greenway along the creek, that might be a problem with the budget in.
And you make good points, and I think that they're addressed there. I think that they talk about expansion at the budget end as a higher probability, but they also talk about the current shape of both sites. And I think the work that was done at Jefferson Inn was kind of applauded within this document, that ultimately that means the need for the remodel, because ultimately that's what we would be asking the state for.
The place burned not too long ago, and they brought in a construction unit to remodel it. And in the while they did that, they put I think a new roof on it too.
Yeah, I believe they have a new roof, and the rooms are slightly bigger than budget in, because ultimately what you're doing is you need to have a kitchenette in the locations. And so the size of the rooms make more sense at Jefferson Inn to basically convert into.
Right. Well, I hope that we don't discard the budget, because it does have some real positive things there.
We will continue to work with that owner to see. It sounds like there's interest in possibly more than one project. And so we can continue to work with that individual and throw that past housing tools. And then I can report to you guys the feasibility of possibly doing more than one.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah.
Just a quick point of clarification for the budget in. We did include a program in the housing element to allow hotel motels to convert to long-term residential if they so choose to do that. So we do have that program in the works. That'll be part of the comprehensive zoning code update that we have going on that should conclude in 2024. And so if in the future budget in privately would like to move forward, they may do so, as well as partnering with the city in the future. So we did write in a couple of other programs to accommodate any other hotel motel that would be interested in converting.
All right, thank you, Juliana. Okay. There's no decision made on this, so I will close comment now for city council, and I will move on to. Gotta move on.
11B. Oh, C now.
I was
Now
saying,
we
yeah,
skip
I
B.
was all, wait a minute, yeah, I was. Okay, so this is 11C. This is the city manager. The agenda title is the resolution 2023-16 of the city council, the city of Yreka, authorizing state of California local jurisdiction cannabis retail access grant program funding.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Yreka City Council. This is Jason Ledbetter, the city manager. So we're here this evening to talk about a Senate bill from 2022 called SB 1186. And ultimately, I'm going to first ask you if you wouldn't mind to please turn to page 173 of the agenda packet and take a look at the questions on the form titled DCC 2626 Attachment A, Permitting Plan. So we are discussing this item because of the grant funding opportunity that would pay for the city of Yreka to gain compliance to new state law by updating our ordinance and creating a permitting plan for cannabis, essentially. And so the reason this grant exists is because of SB 1186, which was signed into law in September of 2022 and takes effect on January 1st of 2024. Within this new state law, cities and counties will be required to, at a minimum, offer medicinal cannabis non-storefront retail delivery. What does that even mean? It's a good question that I would be asking myself right now. So this law basically is stating that within the state of California, regardless of what local laws you may currently have in place, you have to have an ordinance update and a permitting process for medicinal cannabis with no storefront whatsoever. So there's no ability to walk into a store, and essentially this is a storage closet that is used as a delivery location. So if there was a medical marijuana card holder, they could utilize, if a business opened up and there was a phone number to call, or there was somehow some registration that took place or an application online, they would contact this new business in town. They would not be allowed inside of this business. They would place their order, and then that order would be delivered to the person's home. So this is the lowest level of compliance for this state mandate that starts in January of 2024. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So on that note, the city council of Yreka could actually choose to allow recreational walk-up retail instead of the minimum state requirement of medicinal cannabis non-storefront retail delivery, meaning you could decide you don't want to comply with the lowest tier of compliance with this new state law, that you want to look at the possibility of doing something similar to the cities of Weed, Mount Shasta, and Dunsmuir, which is to actually allow recreational retail where there is a storefront, where you don't need a medicinal marijuana card, where technically anybody above a certain age would be allowed to walk in and purchase cannabis and utilize that cannabis recreationally. That would make you compliant, or the city compliant, with this new law. But that is a decision really for city council. And we are here tonight to ask for approval to apply for the grant for medicinal cannabis non-storefront retail delivery. And if the council wants to have any future workshops and determines they're interested in exploring recreational cannabis retail, I am very confident that if we were to get approval tonight to move forward with just the medicinal aspect to be compliant, the lowest possible tier, that if for some reason workshops were done and members of this community came forward and convinced the city council to open up recreational retail, I am very confident that the state would allow us to change our grant application. And they're looking for, I guess, alleviating, or they're looking for legalization pathways to cannabis on some level within the state as a whole. And so by complying at the lowest tier, I don't think there's any fear that if you guys decided to change your mind and try to do something recreationally, we would still be allowed to do that. I'm not sure if this makes sense either. Hopefully it does.
Yes.
It is important that everyone understands that the bare minimum for compliance is essentially having an ordinance in place and a permitting process in place that would allow for essentially a building of storage where cannabis was picked up by a delivery driver and delivered to the patient's house. This level of compliance would not allow any retail storefront where a member of the public would enter a store. We are only talking about medical cannabis, non-storefront retail delivery. In order to comply with this state law that goes into effect on 1/1/24, I really wanted to drive home what this looked like, and I think I've done that, so I'm gonna omit mentioning this again. So once again, no member of the public would be allowed to enter into this space, and they wouldn't be allowed to go in there and make any level of a purchase. Really, they would never be allowed into this space for the storage of a business that were to do medical cannabis retail delivery. So I'm just going to leave it at that, actually. And the reason this is coming to you is that applications are due on 3/28. And their first come, first served basis until the funding runs out. And so this is a state mandate. And ultimately what that means is that we will be doing some rendition of that unless directed by the city council not to follow state law, which I don't think is normal. And ultimately we will have to comply with this state mandate. So we can either go get $100,000 from the state to create this process of compliance, or ultimately we would end up utilizing our own general fund money to gain compliance. So I know there's probably a lot of questions, probably a lot of public input. So I'll sit down and then I'll be available after.
Thank you, Mr. Ledbetter. Okay, I will open it up for public comment. And just to make sure everybody understands that this is not a retail. This is not for retail sales. This is a mandatory state of California only into a law in January, just to make sure we're not saying we're opening up a retail cannabis shop. This is a delivery based shed type warehouse where people can get delivery for medical. All right, Louise.
Louise, and from Yreka, I did lots of studying on this weekend, and I Googled on the internet because I didn't know how many marijuana dispensaries we have here in Siskiyou County. And according to the internet, because some of these facilities may not still be open and operating, but they were on the internet with phone numbers and hours to call. And from my estimation, there was 6 in Mount Shasta, 4 in Weed, and 2 in Dunsmere. And I see Mr. McCoy making faces. Am I not
That
correct?
sounds about right.
Okay.
I know I'm saying that sounds about right.
When I looked at them, I wanted to see if they said anything about delivery. And I think 3 of them said they would deliver. And when I went on their sites to find out about delivery, their delivery was that you have to have by 2 o'clock, you have to call in your order, and you have to have at least $100 worth of product. And then there was a delivery fee of $20. I don't remember seeing anything about storage. Does that mean we would have to store cannabis or marijuana or pot here in Yreka? Or do we get the supplies from these cannabis stores? And I want to read you a quote because I wondered how we got to this point about medical marijuana. Some of you probably already know I'm a retired nurse, so I'm interested in this. And so what I found online was, some of you, I don't know if you know this person by the name of Keith Stroup, S-T-R-O-U-P, and he is the founder of NORM, N-O-R-M-L, which is the National Organization of Reform of Marijuana Laws in 1970. He is a DC public interest attorney. And here's his quote, and this was their plan all along. There was an agenda. And you know what, folks, we got taken because when they had that proposition, a lot of people thought when they were signing on to that proposition and saying yes, that they thought that they were really doing it for people who had, on chemotherapy, people that were dying, and everybody is compassionate. And some of you've all probably in the room, some of you all had family members or someone that you deeply loved or a friend that you know that was on it. So you know about the pain. And some of you know about what a great job hospice does. And here's what he said. This was his goal all along. And these are his quotes. We are trying to get marijuana reclassified medically. If we can do that, well, we'll be using the issue as a red herring to give marijuana a good name. So the whole purpose of this medical marijuana was to get it so it could be recreational. And what's happening with people that have medical cards, which I am being told, and I belong to a national organization, and this organization has doctors, PhDs, they have people that are running substance abuse clinics. We've got attorneys on this. We have all kinds of people on this. It's a national organization, and I talk with them twice a week. And what they're saying is, first of all, to have a medical script, which it really is not a script, can't be a prescription, because marijuana is not a drug. It has never been tested by FDA. It has to have 4 levels in which it goes to be a drug. And you can have a script by any doctor who's not your primary doctor, no doctor that even follows you up or see how you're doing, or even to look to see what kind of other medications you may be on, so there won't be bad interactions. You can get a script if you're 18 years old. And when I see something like this being delivered, I thought to myself, when I was a teenager, and all of you have been teenagers before, and some of you are younger and older than people on there, but you remember the 70s, marijuana of today is not the marijuana when we were growing up at all. And I can just imagine a teenager calling up one of these dispensaries, say, hey, deliver some, I've got a script. When they deliver, do they check their IDs? Do they know if the script is valid? I have great concerns about this. And I know that we don't want to take money out of our general funds, but I sure in heck hate to vote on this, because that tells us, silence implies consent, and I don't consent to this, and I don't want to see this happen in Yreka, and I'm very, very much against this. I've looked at the bill, and also all these little boxes that you check off. I would like to know if the council members would look at that application before it goes in to make sure that the correct boxes were checked off. I looked at this permit twice, this application twice. And there's boxes on there saying, hey, we're going to plan to do this, or hey, we've already got permits, or we've got somebody interested. And I want to make sure that the right boxes would be checked off. And very frankly, I'm very much against this, because I think the whole thing, this guy said it all. And I can tell you that if you have a medical script for marijuana, you're not having to pay the taxes. And a lot of people that are recreational are going for the scripts now. So they're not all medical marijuana folks or people that have a problem with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise.
Jenny O'Gorman, Yreka proper, in the outlying areas where you want to expand maybe. Do you feel like you're circling the drain yet? I feel like we are. I feel like we're headed down the drain of California. Unfortunately, I agree with most of what Louise said. I know the law is the law, but sometimes you got to stand against it when it's not right. I just want to give you a little information. I teach at Yreka High School 1 more year. We hired extra counselors this year to help with the COVID and all the other stuff, but it's also drug intervention. And so far to date, we have expelled about 17 students just for marijuana.
Thank you.
Me again.
Raise it.
Whatever, I'll just pretend. No, I just want to back what Louise said and back what the schools are saying. And the red herring, definitely, that's what we're doing. I am disgusted with what the state does to us. We don't get a choice. We didn't vote on that. It's like they do what they want to us, and I'm really kind of tired of this. It's kind of like this housing thing, you know. There's other ways we could fix this, but they don't want to. They're going to make us do it their way. So I'm just saying I am against it as well. We don't need it, you know. I know we're going to have to follow laws, but I'm against it also.
Thank you. Don Marie.
I'm Marie Autry. I gotta say I'm for it, and here's why. We are already having patients call Mount Shasta, we Downsmere, and stuff's being delivered daily here. And I don't know about the taxes, but I do know that it falls under HEPA, you know, so we don't have the information on, you know, these prescriptions. I do know that my 16-year-old niece has one and does, and it works for her perfectly. I know that my other great niece has one for seizures for her little baby, and it works because it doesn't have THC, but it's keeping the child alive. I know that we need to pay attention to people with medical problems, you know, because we don't know their problems, but I know that they're spending a lot of money on gas, on delivery, when it could be a lot less money delivered here. And it's not, you know, it's not like the teacher said already, you know, children are being expelled for drugs. We've got 3 vape shops here. They're selling marijuana out of those vape shops. And I know that for sure. And one of the nieces is buying it from a guy who walks into the vape shop down there by a grocery outlet, and he brings it out and passes it out every day. And it's been reported, nothing's been done about it because they can't catch the little buggers. But if we would stop this from happening by putting a dispensary in, everything would change. That shit wouldn't happen. Sorry, I didn't mean to comment. It just makes me so mad. You know, the dispensaries are not all evil. How much money on taxes have those places made? And look, they haven't gone to hell. Mount Shasta has not gone to hell. Weed has not gone to hell. Neither has Dunsmere. They've done much better because of it. Yreka, talk about circling the drain. Go into those vape shops. Send someone you know into a vape shop who doesn't look like a cop, and find out how much marijuana you could buy right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Marie. Okay. Oh. Got to come to the mic, please. Tom. It already started. Just kidding. That's closer, actually.
Doorhash.com. Is that what we're gonna have? What's it gonna cost you? 30 pieces of silver? Biblical reference for those of you that might know that. I hear about what we have to do bare minimum for the grant. So is it absolute required that we have to have a facility like this in our community? And if we do, with the lateral ability of the city, with the building department and so on, my suggestions would be to make it look like Fort Knox with so many requirements and building fees that it's not worth doing. And to require armored cars with guards armed to deliver it to make sure it gets to its destination. So there's ways around it. There's ways to fight it if they're gonna make us do it. So I'm obviously opposed to it. We've grown up our whole lives and what our parents tell us, what the schools tell us. Just say no. Well, how can we do that when we have this stuff everywhere in town? And then what's next? Are we going to have Officer Putin taking kids shopping with a cop to the pot shop? Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
About that one.
You bet. For a little while longer.
Might have
Till
to
our
raise-
remodel
might have to
comes.
raise it a little bit.
I promise you, not in favor of anything. I see so much compassion about this topic that it actually, it kind of boggles my mind a little bit. Because of family history, I've done my homework. It's been a long time, but I've done my homework. I'm pretty sure our police chief could back this up to some degree. I would love to see this much compassion for alcoholism, alcohol in general, alcohol disease, alcohol that has to do with cancer, alcohol that has to do with family destruction, alcohol that has to do with suicide. That's where the evil is. My father took his own life because of alcoholism. And I know this is a topic about marijuana, but as you're going after this and you want to clean things up, there's a bigger picture than just what's in front of us tonight. The alcohol issue with children, underage drinking, the risk involved with driving, the risk involved with just becoming addicted to alcohol is just as severe as anything else that we deal with as a society.
Thank you, Jay. Okay. I will close public comment and I will, oh,
No, yeah, please. Then I'm going to answer one of the questions.
okay, I'm gonna close public comment and go to council. But first, we'll hear from Mr. Ledbetter.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that it is a mandate that the law comes into effect on the 1st of January, 2024. And what we're asking for is a grant to meet the requirement that we have an ordinance update and then that we have a permitting process plan, just like we do for building permits. But that doesn't mean that somebody's going to start one of these businesses in our town. I can't answer that question. Ultimately, I do know that there's delivery happening recreationally within the state of California. I don't know if there's a lucrative business plan here just for medicinal marijuana or cannabis within the city limits. I don't, it doesn't seem like there would be a return on investment, but I can't answer that question. We're just talking about making sure to be compliant with the law on January 1st of 2024. We have to have an ordinance update. And if somebody wanted to start one of these businesses, we would have to have a pathway for them to do that. So.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Ledbetter? Any questions or comments from council members before we go to?
I guarantee you got some, so go for it.
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yes.
make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Henyon?
Okay, this is the city attorney. I just thought I'd let you know that when the council originally adopted its ordinances, it prohibited all types of marijuana distribution. And one of those was the distribution of from outside the city to even through the city, any kind of distribution within the city limits. It wasn't as you've read in the staff report, 61% of the cities in California did as well. But then it wasn't, gosh, even a year until the appellate court had a decision saying, well, that's a interference with transportation and is not a lawful ordinance. So we still have it on the books, but you know we can't enforce it. And yes, it would be better if we took it off out of our ordinance. But you know, it is something that we're going to have to comply with the new California mandate. And you know, why not take the money? That's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Henyon. Yeah, I mean, our hands are tied, and I don't know if people know that we are citizens, that we face the jail time if we don't comply with California by not, and I don't want to go to jail myself.
I get free meals there.
Maybe lose some weight. My gosh. Anyways,
Don't go there.
Councilman Baker.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you,
getting
Mayor
delirious.
Middleton. So I will just keep my questions as brief as possible. But I'm wondering if the chief of police, Chief Gilman, if you have any information about marijuana being sold in the vape shops in town.
I would
First of all, that's one of the questions that I have.
hold tight, Chief.
And well, that's the only one that I have for you. But I believe that my question that I had about our deliveries currently happening in Yreka from outside areas, and if cannabis was being, medicinal cannabis was originating in Yreka, what are the fiscal impacts to the city versus having it brought in from different locations? As well as what is it going to cost us on January 1st, 2024, if we don't have these processes in place? And it's my understanding that somebody could file a writ of mandate against the city, forcing us to put it in place. So we have this $100,000 possible grant, but if we pass up on that, do you have any ideas of how much it would cost us to develop these programs on our own, Mr. Ledbetter?
I think that we're probably, well, you know, I hate to, we have a very good staff, and ultimately we also have somebody who set up all of these laws in 2 different cities in Siskiyou County. So, but that person is above capacity at the moment with the general plan. So ultimately we would be outsourcing to a consulting company to handle this load for us. And I can't tell you exactly how much that would cost. I don't know if it would cost $100,000 or if it would only cost $40,000 or $50,000. I'm not completely sure what the cost of doing this is. If it were just staff time, I don't think we have the staff time currently to stand this up on our own. You also, can I answer some of these questions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If we don't have it in place, yes, you are correct. I'm under the same guidance that we could be forced to basically put it into place. And ultimately, are we in line? Are we on somebody's radar? I don't really know if we're really on someone's radar to be sued. You never really quite know. We do know that people get sued constantly for a number of different things, and this would possibly put us in line to be sued hypothetically if we did not comply. The fiscal impacts, I think if we're just looking at medicinal, I don't believe that there's tax value for us on this as there would be for recreational. And then the delivery that's happening now, interestingly enough, the only way I'm aware of that that's even happening is that it was about a year ago, maybe less, 8 months ago, one of the owners of the businesses down in Weed and Mount Shasta came to the podium here and told us that they were doing delivery in our town and that they wanted us to reevaluate because they claimed there were tons of consumers here in our town. And they were looking to possibly spur a conversation to open up retail business rather than just medicinal. So that's the only way that I was made aware that it is actually currently supposedly happening. The business owner stated that. So.
And also, you pointed out page 173 for us where we can kind of whittle down the type of program that we want to develop. And I see here that we have the ability to limit the number of cannabis retail licenses available. My concern is if we don't do anything, somebody comes in and basically sues us, then is that going to open it up to where we could not limit the number of licenses? I mean, I'm just seeing that as a real possibility.
I guess hypothetically, I mean, I hate to apples and oranges situation. These are hypothetical questions, and certainly Mr. Henyon would know substantially better than me the legalese on something like that. But I do know that when we look at the unhoused issue and we look at Grants Pass, we look at Boise, I look at Chico specifically, and I look at what transpired there, where a court basically came in and directed them on how they were going to engage that issue. They didn't have an opportunity to make that determination because through that system, they were forced to do things, which I think you're kind of alluding to could on a hypothetical, anything I think is possible. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Henyon.
The way this has gone in the past, when the original ability of a city was instituted so that we could pass a law regulating marijuana, or the state guidelines would take effect, is that if we did not act, and I think that was Councilmember Baker's point, what would happen? Would we forego our right to limit the number of permittees? And the position of the state was, if we did not act, then yes, it's unlimited and we could not regulate in the future.
What will be the fine for each of us as counselors in the jail time? What would Attorney Henyon say about that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I mean, our hands are tied. I don't know why we're beating around the bush.
Oh, can he
Okay.
answer that?
Yep,
about
go ahead and
us?
answer the.
I can wait till you're all done too. and if there's more.
Oh, oops.
I don't have any questions because I
I just
mean,
got statements.
I guess I have one thing to say is, yeah, I agree with Tom before where they said no, no, no. But as the chief knows and all of us know, sorry, this is several years ago, it became legal in the state of California. So that's where we're at. And here we are today, right?
This is Chief Gilman, Wairika Police Department. To answer your question, I can't talk about any type of investigations that we have going on. So I don't want to get into an investigation, whether we're looking at someplace or not. Unfortunately, it's just a confidential thing. But to expand on that, everyone's kind of correct in what we're talking about. And the city managers made it very clear, we're just talking about what's pending. We went through this before. No one on this council was there, but I remember when it was legalized in California, when you could grow plants and we had to limit the number of plants. We deal with this with ABC licenses. So you have to keep in mind with ABC, we have a right as a city and me as a chief to sign a license or say, no, you don't get a license. If we do nothing, the state determines who gets the license. So, like Mr. Henyon said, if they're going to give us money to come up with a policy so we could control this, that's probably the wisest choice, because we've had marijuana pushed on us before. We have alcohol licenses pushed on us. If we make no comment, the state decides. So, I mean, if the only issue on the table is that we have to regulate this, I can't regulate unless I have laws. And if we don't have any policies in place, I'm bound by the state law. And we all know the state law is very open on this. So does that answer your question? I'm sorry, I couldn't answer. Your
Well,
first one.
well, I know you cannot answer my specific question, but maybe in a general term, is it allowable under current California law for vape shops to sell cannabis?
Not unless you have a license for it.
Thank you.
You cannot, sorry, I have to jump in here because I'm like dying. So if you are an alcohol.
Close up.
She froze.
Thank you.
It froze.
I thought she said her phone was dying.
We need to fix.
I'm sorry, that froze really quick. Did
Oh.
you guys hear me?
We can hear you now, Juliana. You started in very briefly and we lost you.
Sorry. So per California state regulations, a tobacco sales establishment may not also sell cannabis. So a cannabis retailer is only allowed per state law to sell cannabis or glassware products or apparatuses similar to the use of cannabis. So they may not do that.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Cake, Councilman Cake.
Well, I might as well make some comments. Debbie, yes, Debbie's still sitting up there. She actually went through this 6 years ago when I got on city council, that this was a big hot topic. We actually opened up the community theater and had it pretty well jam-packed during this whole topic of retail sales of cannabis or just making it legal in Yreka, period. And at that point in time, just so everybody knows, that we had an overwhelming attendance of people against the sales of cannabis in Yreka. So that's what we decided on. And that's where we stood at that time, what the citizens wanted to do. Now, this is a totally different subject because of states forcing us to do something. So whether we take the money or not, this is what we're deciding tonight, is whether or not we take the money or not. For a grant to where we can implement something to move forward. We do not have to open it up for recreational. We do not have to do any of these other things. We're just have to implement what he's saying, basically a drop box in a sense, which do I agree with? That's not for me to decide, obviously. Do I want it? No, I mean, honestly, I'm so innocent when it comes to stuff like this. I have no idea what the effects of this stuff does to people, so they can have it. So am I gonna buy it? No, but this is where we're at as a city. We need to move forward on this because we're passing up the money and it's gonna have to come out of our general funds. Do I agree with it? No, absolutely not, because this should go back to what we decided back 6 years ago, and that's we, as the local citizens of Yreka, said no against it, and that's where we stand. But unfortunately, there is another one of those good old state mandates that we live in the great state of California that's going to force us to do something that we don't want to do, and that takes away the local power again. So that's all I want to make a comment on, because we
All right.
went through this whole process and it was
All right.
not fun.
And it's just not the state of California that's going through this right now. Mark may know it's several other states that are
yeah.
doing this. It's not just our state. So it's happening
True.
many places,
Oh, yeah.
many places. Any, Councilman Davis, any questions or comments?
I do, by golly. I was a gun dealer for a couple of years. And one of the questions on the 4473 form was if you were addicted to a hallucinogenic drugs, marijuana was considered to be one. So just a story here. I was selling a firearm and this marijuana grip card popped out of this guy's wallet. And I says, I can't sell you the firearm because that's a violation of federal law. And He said, well, it's not mine. And he said, you can look at it. And I looked at it. Oh, sure, wasn't his. It was his wife's. So, but I don't know. I haven't been out of the business for 5 years, but it's one of those things that the federal government buys some things like selling marijuana in the States, but they don't buy things like that. I don't quite understand that, to be honest. But anyway, that's just the story. So this weekend I was over in Crescent City and you know, it's like Ms. Gliotto said it, she wanted to check out marijuana dispensaries, excuse me. And so I was there and I had some free time. So I went into a vape shop. I said, is this a dispensary? And they go, no, this is not. They're very clear about that. And they sent me to a couple of them. And one of them had 10-foot fences around it. So there might have been a little bit of problem of vandalism there. But they weren't open at the time I got there. It was 10 o'clock in the morning and they were kind of, there were people going and coming, but they weren't open. And the other one I went to was right downtown on 101. It was right on Main Street. You couldn't tell it was any other than a regular business. But when I walked in, the lady said, can I see your ID? And that's the first thing she did. Took my ID and took a picture of it, gave it back, and I went inside and talked to the sales clerk a bit. And a very nice person, but their inventory was pretty low. I mean, they didn't have a lot of stuff. And it was pretty interesting. You know, I'm a guy that's never I'd never been into one of those stores before. So it was really interesting. And she was very nice. She was a news clerk and she didn't know much. And I didn't ask her about medical marijuana. I'm sure she would have told me. But I think where we're headed on this particular issue, if it's within our guidelines, Mr. Mayor, I think having a medical marijuana distributorship where it's door to door is probably the least amount of effect we could have on our community, but yet comply with the state law. So I think we probably should move forward with this as quickly as we can so we can get involved in furthering our realm.
All right. Thank you. You're up.
Yep.
Before I close this up, it's 10:15.
You got it. We still got more to do.
I know.
We've got other issues in Yreka. If you look around, we've got shops that are selling kratom. If you don't know what kratom is, look into it. It's not regulated. I'm not going to go into any more comments than that. Look up kratom, Kratom. It's not regulated at all by the state. Law enforcement really has they have no jurisdiction. And I'm sorry to say that. I mean, but you and I've talked about it. I've asked you about it before, which that concerns me. Kratom concerns me as much or more than the marijuana. I'm going to say that I am going to agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Gliotto. The marijuana of today is not what we had in high school. Of course, the court systems aren't the same as we had in high school. When we got busted with a joint or smoking on a ditch bank or anything, we had two choices: go to jail for 6 months or enlist in the military for 2 years. That's what the judge gave us. And most of the kids that I was in high school with or junior college said, well, I'm going in the military next month. So yeah, things have changed. As far as reclassifying marijuana, whether that's an agenda or not, I think all of us probably can agree that there's been a push to get marijuana made legal. I know when my daughter was at UCLA some 13 years ago, you could go to a medical doctor right off campus in Westwood. There were 4 of them, and you could get a script for marijuana. Now, these doctors have gone to 4 years of undergraduate. They've gone to 3 years of medical school, and then they do 3 years of residency. So they spend 10 years of their lives, and now they're writing scripts for marijuana. You know, I would think they would want to do more with their life. And I'm not putting marijuana down. I'm just saying, I would think if you're a doctor, you can make a lot more money doing other stuff. But guess what? Anybody that wanted to get a medicinal marijuana could get it. And that's going to be true anywhere in this, in our lovely United States of America. If a kid wants to get a script, they're going to get it, even if they get a fake ID. I mean, I see some kids at Yreka High that, and I have seen them in my 37 years of living here, that when I saw them at 14 or 15, I went, well, that kid's got to be 22, 23. So, you know, I'm just speaking mostly for males with their beards and stuff like that. But so, I mean, you know, it is an issue that is not going to go away. The issue is, do we want to pay for the ordinance out of our general fund? You know, even if it's only $100,000, all that does is take away maybe half of a cop for a year. I don't know. Or maybe maybe it hurts us in other ways, but you know, that's what we have to decide here. So, I mean, I don't think any of us, none of us are going to agree on whether we're happy about it, whether we support it or don't support it. I know that in one of the cities in the South County, somebody mentioned tax dollars, 176,000 is the tax dollars per year. We know that when Colorado legalized it, that the governor told us how many millions of dollars they were going to make. We also know that they fell short by half. We know that that people who are purchasing recreational marijuana, that we were told that it was all going to be sold in the store, and we know that probably half of it at least is being sold still underground because nobody wants to pay taxes. None of us want to pay taxes, I don't think. So, I mean, you know, there's a lot more than just this to deal with. But I mean, we need to just decide whether we're going to move forward with a grant. And then the other thing, somebody mentioned, I don't remember who it is because we've been here a long time, but about checking the boxes here. Can we see it? You know, if we can't trust our city manager to check the boxes, again, we need to fire him. We need to get rid of him. No offense, Jason, because I don't want to see you fired. But if I cannot trust you to do that, yeah, if I can't trust you to do that, how can I trust you to make sure the hours are right on the time cards? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I think we hand it to the city manager, give him direction, and I would rather not spend $40,000 or $100,000 to $100,000 of our taxpayer money that is local, that comes back to us in order to try and write ordinances. And Lord knows we have ordinance for everything. Remember though, women, you don't have to wear high heels now on the tennis courts, because we wrote a new ordinance for that about, how long ago, Debbie? About 2.5 years ago. And remember, business owners, Jerry, you don't have to keep a horse trough full. We changed that up just about 2.5 years ago. No horse trough has to be full in front of your store. So anyway, you know, I think we've got to go ahead with this, in my opinion. So I would support applying for a grant. Again, remember, we're not talking about marijuana to sell. That's not, I mean, that's come up a lot. We're not talking about that at all right now. We're talking about strictly a grant, you know.
Okay.
And then we move forward just like we do on everything else.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I'm trying to get us there. I believe I'm trying to go. And on a personal note, I've known a couple of people who used to smoke marijuana. Didn't affect their everyday life. Unfortunately, they got addicted to meth and heroin. And this is not what we're talking about here. That ruined their life. It ruined our friendship and our relationship. And it ruined their relationship with our family. Never have I seen marijuana, sorry, I got choked up. Never have I seen marijuana ruin somebody's life so bad, but meth and heroin is the biggest problem facing Yreka right now. So we need to take a bigger look at that as citizens. Mark can tell you he's dealing with it every day. I watch a cop show on Saturday nights. They pull people over. It's meth and heroin and needles in the car. They don't even worry about the little bit of marijuana they have anymore, because it's not looked upon or frowned upon. It's the other stuff that is ruining these people's lives and the people around them. So we need to take a better look at that. We really do. I mean, so it's a sad thing, but that's, you know, the reality of it. So I'm going to go to the floor for the recommended agenda title, the resolution 23-16, the Yreka City Council of the City of Yreka authorizing State of California local jurisdiction cannabis retail access program, the funding. What is the council wishes? Have a motion?
This is the interim.
Interim.
I was gonna say
Slow
interim city
night.
manager. I've already taken it. Sorry. Jason. This Councilman McCoy, I'm gonna make the motion that we apply for the grant as it's listed in the motion.
I have a motion from Councilman McCoy. Do I have a second?
I'll second it because it doesn't do much good.
Yeah, Council, I have a second from Councilman Kague. I'll go to roll call.
Mr.
Oh.
Mayor, before we take the vote, I would like to ask for a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay.
And that is
What is that,
that
Beth?
we direct this grant to be applied for retail, non-storefront delivery only, for medicinal only, and that we will have a new cannabis specific licensing process, and that we will limit the number of cannabis retail licenses to one.
Is that necessary, Mr. Ledbetter?
That's necessary.
I don't think, this is just for the approving the grant. We haven't gone to the city to approve an ordinance for how many we're going to allow or anything like that,
Yeah,
correct?
that's a whole nother topic.
That's a whole other
No,
topic.
I do believe Council Member Baker is
understand.
correct here, because if you go to page 173, you're gonna want to give us direction, just as Council Member Baker is. And ultimately, I think the only question I would have, and I would ask Ms. Hogan to chime in,
Okay.
are we allowed to only do one license, or do we have to do at bare minimum two? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
We could advocate for only one. And ultimately, I have checked these boxes, assuming this was kind of the direction. So ultimately, with what Ms. Baker is saying on page 173, the second box in the first location's checked that says retail non-storefront delivery. The middle box on the next one, medicinal only. And then we do want a new cannabis specific licensing process. Absolutely. Will the jurisdiction limit the number of cannabis retail licenses available? Yes. And then that leads to, I think, the final point. If we're not allowed, do you want to just advocate for the bare minimum with the state, whatever that may be?
I thought that's what we were
Yes.
doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I ask Attorney Henyon a question?
Go ahead.
Attorney Henyon, are you on the horn?
I'm waiting with bated breath.
Okay.
I like the mistyping
Um,
names. Go
If
over
we
it.
limit to one delivery, what does that do to the process of capitalism and restricting people's business within the city? My concern would be the lawsuits regarding that, and I don't want to deal with that. We don't have the
Well-
money to do that.
I'm gonna have to study the law and decide exactly what the parameters are. And with the direction that it's gonna be the minimum amount possible, that's where we're gonna go. And if it's possible to go to one or two, then I'm not concerned about free capitalism.
Yeah, you're not
concern.
sitting in this chair, though. With all due respect, Attorney Henyon, you're not one of the five of us. When you say, I'm not worried.
Oh, that's-
Yeah, you're not one of the five of us that's sitting in here that needs to be worried about this, sir. So I mean, until we can have some kind of, until we know legally what we can do, I think this vote should be postponed
that's me.
for that reason.
Well, we don't want to get, it sounds like we don't want to put anything legally or restrictions. We want to say,
We don't want to restrict it.
no, we wanted to say that we are accepting the grant and what
I'm even uncomfortable with retail because it's not really retail. It's a non-storefront delivery service.
Because that was before us.
Mr. Mayor,
Sorry, Debbie. They can't come to public.
maybe we should have Dawn write the ordinance for us and then come back next time.
Well, it's not an ordinance, where it's a resolution that we're trying
Resolution,
to, yeah.
I mean, right, I said the wrong word.
Resolution.
Write the resolution for us so that we have what we want on the resolution.
This is
Because if
this is
it's
a
for a regular retail cannabis, I'm not in favor.
It's
of
not
that.
retail.
No.
I know,
Yeah.
it's just saying, but if it can be interpreted that way, it should not
Well-
be voted for. I mean, I would not
Yeah.
vote for that.
I think we're going to want to make sure that we have the grant before we put the time into crafting the ordinance.
Then my recommendation as a councilman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, City Manager Ledbetter, is to put the least amount of restriction on the grant at this time. And then we can change that later.
Yeah, this is literally the grant application that you guys are looking at. So
Okay.
ultimately, we're not able to change this
No.
verbiage. And with the conversation over retail non-storefront delivery, that's their verbiage. We're not able to change that in the grant application, but
But so we can add though for
I think,
state law minimum, correct? Is what you're
Ye-
asking to be put in there?
yes, and I think
Yeah.
that's totally appropriate. And I think that what Miss Baker's asked for
Yeah.
is
State law minimum.
easily figured out. If we can do one, we will do one. We're a very small location, and I don't know how many medicinal businesses are going to want to pop up here. So if DCC tells us one is the minimum, then we'll do one. If they tell us it's anything over two, I guess we'll just come back to you guys, if that makes it easier for you.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm comfortable with the grant and I support the grant, but I'm not comfortable with doing that. My concern again is restricting too much. Not that I support the marijuana, but it's the restriction of the individual right of the American California Siskiyou County citizen to.
Okay, so going back, Don, I had a motion on the table in a second. So should I go to vote without the changes? I'm gonna have to now, so I'm gonna go back.
Yes.
Okay, I
Unless
have,
he withdraws this, unless he withdraws it, he can withdraw it.
you don't withdraw to go for vote,
Do I want to what?
go back for vote, just the original, with no changes.
If you want to vote, that's fine. I'll
Well,
vote
we
no
have first,
based on-
well, we have a
based on-
first and a second.
Yeah, if you want to vote, I'll vote, but I mean, I can't, I'm not gonna vote for restricting.
Well, no, that's not what is restricting.
Yeah, it is. When you say you're only gonna take one.
No, we're not changing, okay, sorry. There was a first and second to the floor.
Mhm.
She came in and asked, not interrupted, intervened and asked for changes.
No, I don't.
Now
want
we're saying no. So I'm going back to our original. I had a first and a second from, I had a first from you.
I will not withdraw my.
Okay, and
first.
I have a second
Sure,
from,
sure,
okay, so I'm gonna go for roll call for the vote.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry to give you a hard
That's
time,
okay.
sir.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify that this is an important topic that we do need direction on because it is a question within the grant application. Literally, it says, will the jurisdiction limit the number of cannabis retail licenses available? And right now I'm under the impression that the answer to that is yes. And then the follow-up question to that is if the jurisdiction.
But not putting a number, just
Not
a
putting a
yes,
number.
yeah.
Yeah, just don't put a number in.
No, you don't
Okay.
have to put a number, just it's
You
asking
may,
if you
you
want to
may
limit
limit
it.
it to one, or you may limit it to five.
So we're going on that, but he didn't want the number.
No, I
Exactly.
don't want to put the
Okay.
number in right now. No, I don't think that's
Okay.
appropriate, and I don't think it's probably would hold up in court. And
Okay.
it's sad, but we have to look at everything that we do prefaced through the attorney's eyes, because an attorney, anybody can spend $45 and file an injunction, whether they know what they're talking about or not. And then all of a sudden, boom.
And the ordinance already placed that we have a moratorium on retail, so we can't change, that just doesn't automatically change that.
Okay, then I will then maybe alleviate Ms. Baker's concern that we will be checking the box that we will be limiting, and ultimately this body will be approving any ordinance and ultimately approving the permitting process as well. So you
Correct.
will eventually get to make that determination.
We would be doing that anyway,
Mm,
wouldn't
yeah.
we?
Yes.
We would be, yeah.
Okay.
So,
No matter
All right.
what.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez. So I have a motion from Councilman McCoy. A second from Councilman McCoy. I'll go to roll call. Councilman Keig.
Excuse me,
Can
can I
you-
have clarification of what the actual?
I'm going for the roll call. We've had clarification.
I
This
don't
is
know
my,
what
this
I'm
is my
voting
third,
on.
this is my third time.
We need to know what the motion is.
The motion was to pass, I read it. The motion was, I'm gonna reread it to you. The motion was, the item before you is resolution 2316 of the city council, city of Yreka, authorizing the state of California local jurisdiction cannabis retail access grant funding to prove the funding that he came to us for the $100,000. That was what I read. And then I went to the floor, had a motion by Councilman McCoy, a second by Councilman Keig. I'm going to go for roll call.
And then we have the discussion.
Councilman Keig.
So I think what, I know I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in this because there still needs to be, I think what they're saying is clarification on
I don't
how we're
under-
checking the box.
That, do we want to micromanage everything that, I mean,
Right.
we've given, I think we've given some clear direction to city manager. Now we can micromanage him, but we can also do the evaluations for, the employee. I mean, with
No,
all
I
due
understand
respect,
what you're saying.
we're not, we have three functions here. One of them is to pass policy, is to conduct this business meeting, and to hire and fire a city manager and evaluate them.
I mean,
Those are only
I-
three functions.
I did go to Mr. Attorney, he said to go back to the original vote because no one agreed to our changes. I mean, that's what I did, and now I'm getting backlash. So now I'm gonna go to roll call because that's what Mr. Haney advised me to do, that we already had a first and a second. No one agreed to the changes. We agreed to what his form was there for the $100,000 to check those boxes. Okay, so roll call. Councilman Keig.
Aye.
Councilman Davis.
No.
Councilman Baker.
No,
Councilman McCoy.
Aye.
And I, Mayor, the motion passes. Okay. I was Middleton, McCoy, Keig, and no from Davis and Baker. Okay, now we are going on to where are we at now? Where are we at now?
Yeah, we're on 11D,
Geez,
and this is
fireworks.
the fireworks
Okay.
ordinance.
I guess on the fire, old business, wait. I have 11D here. Where's my 11? Okay. Had a 11D for city attorney, city manager. The digital title is Introduction of Ordinance 874 and an ordinance of the city council of the city of Yreka, California, adding chapter 9.70 of the Yreka Municipal Code entitled Personal Fireworks Prohibited and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA.
Yeah, thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Ledbetter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Yreka City Council. This is Jason Ledbetter, the city manager. So I'm just going to introduce this topic. We'll have Chief Lemos and then ultimately City Attorney, Mr. Henyon on the line as well, who helped draft this ordinance. So at the February 21, 2023 City Council meeting, direction was given to the city attorney to draft ordinance banning the sale and use of fireworks within the city limit of the city of Yreka. Accordingly, the city attorney has prepared ordinance number 874, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Yreka, California, adding chapter 9.70 to the Yreka Municipal Code entitled Personal Fireworks Prohibited and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA, which is being introduced this evening for the first reading. The ordinance does allow for use of fireworks at supervised public display permitted events. Examples of this are the pyrotechnic shows and displays at the fairground or casino. The ordinance, once passed to the next meeting, will include a notice public hearing for consideration prior to adoption.
So I'm going to hand it over to Chief Lemos, and obviously Mr. Henyon is on the line to answer questions about the ordinance as well.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as you recall, we've had discussions about this going back some time now, and really good questions have come up. I understand the passion on both sides. I'm not giving you my opinion, both for and against. So I stand by what I said earlier, which is, I understand that, people want to have their personal fireworks, but if you're going to, at some point, you have to make a decision on how you're going to protect your city, which is what I'm charged with. And within that, I can't foresee the future to where, a massive fire is not going to be started by quote unquote safe and sane. It also throws into the mix the whole issue with enforcement. That's something we're going to have to deal with for the now for both, for safe and sane and for the illegal fireworks, which that's been in place forever. So anyhow, not to carry on here too much, but I'd be happy to answer any questions or try to clear up any confusion there might be.
Thank you, Chief. I'll go to public comment regarding the proposed fire ordinance ban.
9.50.30 illegal fires aren't being enforced right now in the municipal code in any of our parks and greenways.
The agenda for you, Mr. Wyatt, not to be rude, but we're talking about comments regarding the fireworks. So if I can have you stick to that, please. Okay, thank you.
I understand.
I just need you to
that.
stick to that, please. Thank you.
They're proposing a new municipal code against sparklers. You're not enforcing campfires in Greenway and parks. Are you going to enforce the new sparkler code, Mayor? That's my public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yeah. I think we need to codify the fireworks. We need it done, completely done. And it's going that way for state of California, all of it. So we might as well be ahead of the curve and save our town instead of be like Paradise. And no, fireworks did not start Paradise. However, it happened in the middle of winter. We are in a drought. Just because we got rain and snow does not make it. I mean, there was a fire down there that they couldn't stop. This is in the middle of winter. So yeah, let's get away from fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody else? Public comment? Okay, I'll close public comment and go to city council members. Questions or comments from city council members? Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of am the devil's advocate here, I guess. I don't believe we should discontinue our personal fireworks. I'm not exactly sure the word personal fireworks. Yep, that's what it is. And I think that all too often as regulators, we seem to regulate a lot. And sometimes we regulate more than we should. And I think this is one of those issues that we probably should kind of leave alone. Most of the folks that I spoke to were in favor of fireworks. And I didn't matter of fact, none of my friends that I spoke to were against them. But I kind of wrote something up and I took some advice from Mr. McCoy and Mr. Ledbetter. And I didn't include it. I just want you to know that you shouldn't be insulted, but I didn't include it. I thought what I had was good enough to stand. So I'd like to read that to you. And I'm not the greatest reader in the world, but I'll give my shot. It says fireworks ordinance for Yreka residents. And this is specifically for personal fireworks, not the ones that regulated by the casino or the City of Yreka Fire Department, where they need a pyrotechnologist.
Mr. Davis, just to help preface this for you, just to be clear, this is kind of an alternative to what we're looking at.
Right,
now.
it is
Okay.
an alternative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ledbetter. I appreciate that. Safe and sane fireworks may be sold in Yreka for the 4th of July and New Year's celebrations. Safe and sane fireworks may be used in Yreka by the residents to celebrate the 4th of July and the coming of the new year. Residents may celebrate with safe and sane fireworks around and in front of their homes, providing they do the following. The fireworks area is fire safe. Secondly, a fire extinguisher is present. In lieu of a fire extinguisher, a shovel and a water-ready hose are present. A responsible adult is present. An adult is defined as a person 18 years old or older. When the resident has completed their home fireworks celebration, all spent fireworks refused and encasements must be cleaned up. And then I put another little paragraph in here. If the fire danger in Yreka is excessive, the chief, the fire chief, the police chief, and of course, the city manager shall decide if the safe and sane fireworks celebration will be allowed. The decision for the 4th of July celebration shall be made prior to the June 1st of that year and will be brought to the city council for ratification, the first regular scheduled meeting in June. The decision for the New Year's celebration shall be made prior to December 1st of that year and will be brought to the city council for ratification on the first regular scheduled meeting in December. If the situation warrants, the fire danger in Yreka is extremely high, the fire chief, the police chief, and the city manager's decision may be made earlier than normal. And this is where Mr. McCoy came in. He suggested it be earlier. This decision can be made and brought to the Yreka City Council for ratification during the next regular scheduled meeting following their decision. Mr. Ledbetter suggested we have a time element, but the longest day of the year falls in June and the 4th of July is a week or so, 2 weeks later. And the shortest day falls in December and the New Year's falls a couple of weeks after that. So they're spoke to the same here, but their time frames are different. And the New Year's celebration is usually midnight or 12 a.m., however you say it. And the family fireworks are usually done by 10 o'clock, but it doesn't usually get dark until 9, about that time of year. So a time limit, I kind of left that out, Mr. Ledbetter. Thank you for the assistance. And I have copies of this for each of you if you'd like it. So that's what I have for the council.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Davis. Anybody else, comments or questions? Thank you. Other council members for comments or questions?
I have a question for Mr. Henyon.
All right. Mr. Henyon?
Still here.
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking with us. So what is the process? So we have an ordinance that's been drafted and we have a proposal to amend that ordinance. What is what are our options in proceeding?
Well, this is an introduction and anyone can propose a different or a change to the ordinance that they wish. And, if that's the direction of the council, that's what I'll write up. And then when it comes back again, it'll be another introduction. And then we'll have a second hearing on that if it's agreeable to adopt it.
Thank you.
Are you going?
Yeah. I might as
Okay,
well
Councilman Cake, thank you, Councilman Baker.
So basically, we can do that as is. We've done that. We did that last 2 years. We called it off at the last little bit. The big problem with that is, I'd love to see fireworks. I'd love to see everybody do it. And I'm all for fireworks of any sort, handheld ones, whatever you want to call them. The big problem is the fundraisers for all these individuals. So your special interest groups, all these guys, if you cut them off at, say, the next meeting after June 1st, then now they have to decide what they're going to do with all those fireworks. So if stuff like this, it's really when it comes down to the last minute of shutting them off, then now they're stuck with all these fireworks. And not only do they can't make money off of them, but they've already purchased them to boot too. So now you got thousands of dollars that Elks and all these other special interest groups have raised to buy these fireworks, and now they can't even sell them. So there's definitely some conflict. I see what you're saying. Absolutely. I'd rather see the fireworks go and move forward and keep it going every year. But then, like I said, when we have to call it off, that's a tough call. I had to make that call and it wasn't fun. You get phone calls from all these special interest groups saying, why did you cut me off? And just because you want to keep the town safe, just like you said, would be nice to be able to cut it off at June and say that, but they've already got the fireworks purchased by then. So that's where it makes a tough call on that one, is how do you, if you're going to do it, and this is how we decided it before, is we were making this decision clear back in March. Now we are here at that point.
Couldn't make it this month.
I know that's where we're at this point. It's like, okay, we're at March again, and they need to be, these, Elks and all these guys that are doing this, they need to be purchasing it now. And if we wait till June and cut them off because the fire danger is too great, now they just purchase fireworks that they can't use, and now they got a big chunk of money that they can't do anything with, period. So I don't know if there's any good answer, to be quite honest with you, Mr. Davis. I don't know. To be able to at least have the like you said, the big regulated show, I definitely would like to see that, where we have somebody that knows what they're doing, putting it on, regulated by the fire department, where they know what's going on. And then we had a good point that was made by citizen that was said that, how are we going to regulate this if we do cut it off, where nobody's going to, is the law enforcement going to go from, every time they get a report, they get the reports all the time, from people letting off illegal fireworks all the time too. So it's a hard thing to, every 4th of July that they get to deal with, the fire department and the police department get to deal with every year of somebody letting them off and all. And I know of a lot of individuals that were letting off illegal ones. In fact, one back in the day was a councilman that was used to do it. And I'm not going to name names who that was, but was letting off illegal ones. And so,
As well.
and so I don't know. I don't know if there's a good, surefire answer. I like what you're presenting, but I don't know if it's a real practical thing, is what I'm getting at for the special interest groups, unfortunately. Because if we cut them off last minute, then we're not gonna be very popular either. We're not popular either way. Like I said, it's a no-win
Thank you, Mr. Cake.
situation.
I appreciate your opinion on my
Yeah.
compromise.
I,
The dates can be changed. I just wrote it that way. It was
Yeah.
just a compromise, like I say. So if it needs to be changed, the dates, we can do that.
Okay.
But I think we're making mistakes by cutting off the fireworks.
Right.
That's,
Gotcha.
I've said that before. Though.
So I don't know, I guess another thing really to bring back if you want to, is find out when these special interest groups actually do purchase those fireworks. So that might be something to look at. So, yes.
Hold on.
Mr. Rookwood.
To make the orders in February, we need to know in early February, make the orders by about February 15th. So, and yeah, I think that's what Councilman Davis is referring to.
Well, my wife's in Elk and I'll ask her when they did that, because we did that a couple of years. We sat in that booth down there and sold fireworks.
Yeah, yours go in
Okay,
usually.
let's make sure we don't have
between 15th of February
order,
and
make sure we
March.
don't have back and forth conversation.
Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you.
I apologize.
So return back to
Yes,
Mr. Kaig's time.
That's all I wanted, that's all I wanted to state was just the time frame for the special interest groups makes it very complicated to cut them off at the last minute. So.
Right. All right. Thank you, Councilman Kaig. Pro Tem McCoy, Councilman McCoy, comments or questions?
Well, I want to thank Councilman Davis for doing this. I appreciate that. And I would love to see the fireworks here because I didn't necessarily have them when we were young. We A, couldn't afford them, and B, we lived in an area where if we shot them off, we might set the cotton on fire, and it was not a good, my dad would not be a happy camper, and we'd be living on the ditch bank there. We've got several things going on here. One of them is we have no January fireworks typically. Fireworks are not allowed to be sold by the state fire marshal, only at certain times in the state. And if you decide that you want to sell them at other times, the time I know that I did with the American Legion, the VFW, we sold them. We had to apply for a special permit to sell at December. And we sold for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days. We didn't sell for like 2 weeks like we did before.
28 through 6th.
It was, yeah, it was. Yeah.
It's only time.
And nobody buys after January 1st, let me tell you. They're done. So I mean, I would love to see the fireworks. I'd love to see something done through an agency, and I don't want the city to take it on. Don't get me wrong. We've already got 3 main things that we do right now. We're having trouble getting those done with the parade and stuff like that. But I would love to see if the city would get involved in like supporting something so that we could, whether it's just, if we could get, go out to businesses, not us, but I mean, go out and ask businesses and individuals if they want to donate to a 501c3 or some kind of an account like that. And then so that the tribe, or it won't be the races because we're not doing the races anymore because nobody has picked them up, for somebody to do that. I had one other thing I was going to say. I know we took a lot of heat because I know I'm the one that pushed. I'll take the blame. I pushed for it very, very hard on that, and the council, some council members wanted to hold off, and therefore the whole council took a lot of heat. I know specifically I took a lot of heat on that one, even from some of my fellow council members, but I just think it needs to be, I can go into all kinds. I mean, I would love to have them. I love to see the kids have them. I loved for my daughter to have them, but again, to try and, I mean, I don't know how many officers you can put out. You have 14 officers. How many can you put out on July 4th? You got to have some to come in the next morning. You've got you and BJ basically. And so if you guys get called to a medical emergency or a car accident, then you guys are going to be there, and you're probably going to send maybe 2 units. I don't know, 3 units. I just don't know, because I think what Drake has here as far as enforcement is wonderful. I just don't know, and then you throw that in with what Mr. White said, that, we're not pushing on the campfires here in town. And so it stresses us even more. So that would be a concern to me. Again, I'd love to have, like Drake said, I'd love to have, my family or whatever, grandkid, if I ever get one. My daughter, gives me a grandkid. I'd love for them to be able to do that and come out here and do it. But I don't know. I think there's a lot going on there. And I think that if we do it annually, this council's gonna take heat. You know, if we cut it off annually or we let it go annually, the council's gonna take heat. We've done it in the past and we take heat, and we still take heat, even though we've been doing it for 2 years, 3 years, how many? No, I'm sorry, my fault. I think 2 or 3, so I'll yes. 2 of them. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I used to be very passionate about fireworks and everything. Used to love going as a young kid to get them. And, you know, unfortunately, we've had fires every summer. And I remember that year they were all set up one day and they had to red tag the booths and close them up. That wasn't fun. So it's been every summer now. And but I guess the point is too, is we don't want to have a firework cause a paradise fire. That wasn't the cause, but it could be. And we're trying to prevent that. Butte County has been dry county for several years. And I think the state of California, my opinion, I could be wrong, is going to head that direction pretty soon because there's been so many fires in the state of California. I just don't know how we would enforce to tell people that there's somebody 18 years old going to be out there. With all due respect, they're going to say, oh, we're going to light the fireworks up. Oh, we got to have an 18-year-old there. I just don't think they're going to pay attention. They're going to send their 12-year-old kid, 13-year-old kid out there to light the fireworks without any proper supervision, because it's happened. I watched it happen in my neighborhood every year before. They haven't been for 3 years. Kids out there lighting them on the street, no supervision at all. So I don't know. It's either we move forward the ordinance or we could continuing year after year of the temporary ordinance. And I don't think we want to continue doing that, Mr. Davis, because I think you said that you didn't want to have it come back every time for the temporary fireworks on the consent agenda saying temporary ordinance 864. Is it 864? Yeah, 864. I don't have it memorized, to keep coming back every year because we have fires every year, and I think we're continuing having fires. So I guess I will go to the wishes of the council. This is the first reading, and I'll go to see if anybody agrees to the amendment. That is he. But are you just, is this a suggestion? Are you?
Yes, that's my suggestion.
But you're asking for an amendment to the ordinance, the ban, or do you want an ordinance? Okay. Mhm. Okay. Does anybody agree to this, or is the council, what's the council wishes for Mr. Davis's proposal?
This is Councilmember Baker, and I believe that what we have before us is an ordinance, and what I hear is a lot of discussion about the selling of fireworks. And this is actually, does this have anything to do with selling fireworks?
It's a ban.
Versus the use of fireworks. So
it's both.
You know, I was really surprised. I've talked to a lot of people about this, and besides my 14-year-old and my 12-year-old grandson, I have a lot of friends that said, we want fireworks back. And so I would propose that we bring back an ordinance with Mr. Davis's recommendations, and we can tweak the time. And yeah, that's what I would like to see happen.
I'll go ahead and make my opinion, and I'll go to their council members. Is we've been working on this forever. We've been here for 3 years, no fireworks. We've heard from our fire chief and other staff is I just think that we should move forward with the ordinance of the ban for selling fireworks, the safe and sane, and just allow the professional fireworks to be set off from Rain Rock. That's my opinion, but I don't support amended. I don't support this amendment right now because this has too many things going on. If we wanted to reconsider, maybe, I don't know, bringing back something and then continuing on with the temporary ordinance for now, maybe that's what we do. Because of course, the safe and sane is not coming back this year because the order is already, we're almost in April and they can't order, but we can't determine if we're gonna have fires or not. But as hard it is for me to say it, is I support a ban of the sale of fireworks and use of them in the city of Yreka. Mr. Fig?
Is there any, is there any chance we could table it to find out when the actual cutoff date is for some of these organizations, an official
Sure.
cutoff date is for some of these organizations?
I did it for 19 years. I think I know when the cutoff date was.
Oh,
Yes.
He said it.
I
Yeah.
did it for 19 years.
Okay, I'm sorry.
For VFW. I think I know
Okay.
when and I called Splash. And I talked to one other organization and we're all about, you only deal with two companies, TNT and Phantom. They're both from China. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just, with all due respect.
Okay, I knew you did it. I didn't realize that that was an official date. I didn't know if they're like April or.
If we could know by,
March or whatever.
if we could have, if it was going to be cut off on us, and it was cut off 1 year
Was it?
when I was doing it due to issues. And then that's why we did it at Christmas. If we could know by, well, we typically order on February 15th to 16th, 17th, somewhere. If we could know before then, it would be nice.
So good chance we're already too late.
We're
for this
way
year.
past it now. Yeah, we're way past it. So, you know. And so many places have moved on as far as what they do. So, I mean, can I ask you again, both chiefs? If we change it, can we enforce this? Is it easier to enforce it? And then also, and then Jerry, what I've read is we're not out of a drought. No matter that we have 700 inches of snow in Mammoth, they're saying 2 to 3 years and we're like this and we're out of a drought. I'm sorry, Chief Lemus, can you go back and give us your firefighting opinion?
It's a complicated issue from the standpoint, and I thought a lot about this, as I told you before. It's, for instance, you give someone a driver's license. When they get that license, they're supposed to abide by the laws. If you get safe and sane fireworks, they give you directions on, on the box there, what you're supposed to do. Used in a manner that is, appropriate for its use, something along those lines. So it comes down to personal, and that's what's happened in the past. That's what's ruined it for people. That's what puts the fear in people when you talk about fire danger from fireworks. So from the firefighting standpoint, I mean, you guys wanted my opinion. I gave it to you, and we're having great discussions, but there's no way that we can tell from 1 year to the next what's going to happen. And if I'm sitting here saying, no, there's no problem with safe and sane, I would like to say that, because it's been limited. But the ones that are the trigger for me are the ones that they don't know where they're going to land, which are the illegal ones. I've said that before. So for enforcement, I mean, when what Drake put together here, I really appreciate it because it puts a lot of thought into it.
It looks good. Yes.
However, if you have an ordinance that allows for pyrotechnic shows, which, we've done that in the past, we've permitted them. You really wouldn't even need this because you could be cited for you could take a rubber band and shoot a safe and sane firework into the air. That's a violation. That's the same as having illegal. So technically you wouldn't need this. You would hope that there is supervision. I mean, you can put all that in there. That's fine. The enforcement part of it would be a challenge to expect that they're all going to get the word. All the people are going to get the word. You can put it in a newsletter. You could do that. Say, these are things that will be, when the patrolmen or the firefighters are there on a call, and this is, these are not adhered to, you're going to be cited for as an infraction or misdemeanor, whatever it is. That's the way you could go. I don't know that you need to go to that length, but it is fine to leave it in there too. It's not going to hurt anything as an ordinance. I just was trying to express before that it's time to make a decision one way or the other. There are those timelines that are going to be a factor. You can have pyrotechnic shows. They're going to get their materials. It's the Safe and Sane are only going to be able to be for sale for, like I said, that June 28th through July 6th, and then they're done. They cut them off. They're available after the 4th, of course. And then you have for New Year's, I'm not sure if that's what he was implying, but if we had a New Year's show like we did the one year out at Rain Rock, you know, that was an alternative to not having them when they were shut off due to red flag warnings and severe, you know, high fire danger in July. So I hope that gives you a little more information, but
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, and Mark will tell you the same thing. No matter what you do, we're still going to be chasing it. And that's one of the things that's just, we're not going to get away from it. No matter what fireworks they are, people are going to have them. Never used to be that way. I never knew where to get them when I was a kid, or I'd have had them, blown my fingers off. But there were no, I did not know where to get them. So I guess I was raised right. But anyway, unless you have any other questions, any other council members, I'll yield to Mr. Gilman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Gilman? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chiefs.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Okay. I don't have any questions.
no questions?
I'm done. I've been done.
You're relying on people to do the right thing. Our job is
I'm not good with it, with the state of conditions. I said again, we've heard from our fire chief. We've seen the dangers. I don't know, and we've directed our city attorney to go draft this. And here we are, the night of, arguing about it when we directed him to do this. A staff member, taking up a lot of time of our attorney and our staff. And now we're back to square one, sort of. But I'll go to the floor. I'll close the comment, go to the floor. For the first reading, the agenda title is Introduction to 874 for Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Yreka, California, adding chapter 9.70 of the Yreka Municipal Code entitled Personal Fireworks Prohibited, and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA. So this would ban the sales of the Safe and Sane fire booths during that 5-day period or 4-day period during July. What are the wishes of the council?
I actually would like to make the motion that the ordinance be amended with Mr. Davis's recommendations and brought back for a first reading.
Okay. I did go to, did you guys? What I looked at, what I asked, but I guess you didn't answer me. Were you in support of the amendment? And they,
Oh,
he said no, and then you said I was done. I'm sorry.
I just was done. Yeah.
Oh.
Any more
So-
discussion, sorry. I don't want any more.
There's, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, she has a motion now. So
The motion.
yeah, there's a motion on the table.
Oh, hold
so
on,
you
hold on.
need to
Order,
ask
order,
for-
order, Mr. Henyon.
There's a motion on the table, so you should see if there's a second.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a
Attorney
first.
Henyon,
Oh,
there's a motion in the packet. Are we, excuse me, I'm
Okay, go ahead,
sorry.
go ahead.
Are we?
Councilman
so-
McCoy has a question.
So under Rosenberg's, we go ahead and supersede that motion that's in the packet? Is that it?
Yes.
We
Uh-huh.
do.
she made the motion.
Interesting.
Yeah, that, the motion.
Can you show me where it says that in Rosenberg's? Please?
No, and I'm not going to.
Pardon me?
I'm telling you that there's been a motion made and a second, and that needs to be voted on.
The
There's no
initial
second. We don't have a second.
The
Order,
initial
order.
motion was never made, sir. The initial motion was never made. So you're telling me that at any time, any city council member can make a motion that is not on the agenda, put that
That's right.
in the other, supersede the motion that's listed to the public and that we have to vote on it at that time, if it seconds.
That's right.
Can you show me that, please? Can you do that tomorrow? Send that to city manager Ledbetter so that I can see it, please. I'd like to see where, I've never seen that in Rosenberg's. And you know, I've used it a lot.
Okay, that's interesting.
I'm
You have
asking
my
you a question,
opinion.
sir.
Well, it depends. Right now, I've been working for 3 weeks straight through the weekends to 8 o'clock at night. And I have a public works bid that the city wants done tomorrow. Now, is your request more important than that?
Well, my request is as equally important, sir, and as our city attorney, we were supposed to have that public works thing back, I think, a week or two ago. And so I don't want to debate it here, but what I'm going to do is just say that I would like this whole thing continued. I don't want to adopt anything right now. I want it continued to another council meeting. I'm not going to debate with you what your work schedule is, sir.
So she's got a motion. If there's no second, then I request that we table it.
There is a second.
He did a
We need
second.
to
Oh,
take a
there
vote
was
on
a
it.
second. I'm sorry.
So I guess we can go around and see if it passes or if it fails, or if we want to call it back. I'll just go around for roll call
With his amendments?
with his amendments.
Okay, nay.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. Councilman Baker made an amended motion, adding the changes that Mr. Davis had presented. She made the motion. Councilman Davis seconded. I will go to.
Well, just real quick, I believe Mrs. Baker actually made a motion to amend the current document to bring back
Right.
for the first reading. So ultimately, that's why, in my opinion, for Rosenberg's, you would be allowed to do that because we would be bringing it back. Whereas when we did the pool discussion and there was a change to sales tax from property tax, that was inappropriate at that time because we did not notify the public that we were going to vote on that. So you're just voting to change the document, bring it back for the first round of discussion.
For the first reading. But if we don't want it changed, she wanted it changed. It sounds like it's going to fail, Don. Do we still move forward?
Well, we haven't taken a vote.
I know,
so
that's
we
what I'm
just-
trying to do. He told me that there was a first and second. He told me it was the first and second on the floor that I have to do roll call.
Yeah, so you
And I
would-
being challenged.
you would do a roll
Yeah.
call.
Let's do your roll call.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. And then, so yeah, that's what I was doing. And then I was challenged not to proceed with that.
Nope, roll call. So go
So
ahead
yeah,
and do roll
that's what
call.
Mr. Henning advised me to do because it was a first and second. And now I'm going for roll call.
Yep.
If
You're
it
doing
passes, then it brings out for
You're
the
doing
reading. If
only
it
good
doesn't,
things,
then it stops, I guess. Okay.
I just didn't realize there was a second. That's why. I was
Yes,
saying-
yes,
so,
okay. So Councilman Kaeg,
Nay.
Councilman Davis,
Aye.
Councilman Baker,
Aye.
Councilman McCoy,
Nay.
Council Middleton, and I'm a nay. The motion fails 3-2 with the first reading with the added amendment. So now what do? We can bring it back?
Bring forward that motion.
Now you can make a motion that's in the packet.
Can't hear you, Don. Can't hear you.
Okay,
Okay,
now you can
go
make
back to
a
the original
motion that's in the packet.
Okay. So now we go back to the original motion.
Right.
Before you, agenda title, Introduction of Ordinance 874, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Yreka, California, adding chapter 9.70 to the Yreka Municipal Code entitled Personal Fireworks Prohibited, and finding the ordinance exempt from sequest. So this would be the sales and all fireworks. So I'll go to the floor for the vote for that item. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Councilman McCoy.
Councilman McCoy makes the motion to have a second.
Losing my mind, so,
Okay. Council. oh,
The chair can make the
Okay,
second.
I have a second from Councilman Kaeg.
Mayor Middleton.
What's that?
I said the mayor can make the second.
I know, but he jumped in, so. I
Okay.
have a first from a motion from McCoy, a second from Kaeg. I'll go to roll call. Councilman Kaeg,
Aye.
Councilman Davis,
No.
Councilman Baker,
No.
Pro Tem Councilman McCoy,
Aye.
and I, Mayor Middleton. Aye. Motion passes 3-2.
That's just the first read.
First reading, for the first reading.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Don. Thank you, everybody. Okay. I was challenged both times when I was told what to do.
I wanted to show me. I was so busy, but I want to see him.
Okay, Mr. Ledbetter.
Yeah, thank you,
You want to
Mr.
make it brief?
Yeah, thank you,
It's
Mr. Mayor.
11:17.
Yreka City Council. So I will just zip through this as quickly as possible. On 317, Matt Bray and Ben Miller and myself, we met with Brian Meek at the entrance to Minor Street Park. The stone entrance was part of the World's Fair in San Francisco in the early 1900s. The stone entrance is being restored by the Yreka Enrichment Committee, and that project is moving forward and is very exciting. So over the next few weeks, we should see a stone mason from the valley working on that entrance. On 316, I toured the encampment on Campus Drive with police chief, fire chief, mayor pro tem, and county representatives, as well as other YPD officers. We strategized our efforts for fire season before the shelter is supposed to open for the county. And what we're going to do after the shelter opens. We will be bringing the fire line down further from the hill, closer to campus. And we will be utilizing our contract with the county and the homeless liaison position to have a larger presence within the area. On 3/9, I had a meeting with YPD chief, the finance director, and representatives from Walmart and the cart retrieval company. We will be regrouping with this group in a couple of weeks to determine if the cart retrieval is working and if any tweaks are needed in their cart retrieval plan. It appears to be working at the moment. On 315, we had a local school, grades 2 through 4 here in council chambers, where our planning director did a general plan function with the group for parks master planning, and council member McCoy was present for that. On 316, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy and council member Kagan and myself met with county staff to discuss the possibility of an encampment grant opportunity for pallet shelters. The county is considering going after an encampment grant that would focus on cleaning up the encampment on campus. One aspect of the grant would be a pathway to permanent shelter and incorporating a pallet shelter site, possibly at the Foothill property that was discussed for an urban campground in the past, and something that I had mentioned here that we would be transitioning that conversation to the COC, and then if a plan was formulated, would come back to city council for approval. And then finally, the Easter egg hunt is scheduled for 4/8 at Minor Street Park. This event has been notoriously done on an annual basis. The city council in the past has budgeted for this year for a donation of $500 to this event. We are working with that organization, Kiwanis, I believe it is, that puts it on. But the timing or kind of the newer person that is doing this event had not come to us for the event permit. But since you guys had already approved the $500 donation within the budget, we are working with them to make sure that the event can still go on. And we will bring retroactive information probably at the 4/4 meeting for actual final approval, unless somebody doesn't want to see that event transpire. So thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Mr. Ledbetter. And I'll ask the council if they really would like to make statements, or we're going to pass this evening, and I adjourn the meeting because everyone looks very tired. It's very contentious tonight.
I have,
If we already, do you want to speak?
Yep. I do.
Okay,
Um,
Councilman McCoy was gonna go.
I want to say, but I'm only going to say one tonight, and
Okay.
that is, and Retta already knows this, but you council members need to know this. Jason knows it. When I met with a state committee through California League of Cities that I sit on, last year's CalPERS investments brought in 27.3%. This year's investments are bringing in about 6.5%. What that means to us, I'll keep it short, is it means that down the line, about 3 years, we're gonna have to come up with more money. The council will, sitting at that time, in order to cover retirement costs. And I'll leave it at that. I'd be glad to talk to anybody about it later. Thank you.
Great. All right. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Y'all send me these numbers.
Thank you.